And don't make the mistake that most of your mothers and fathers made. When I wake up in the morning, my prayers, and I thank God I woke up, the Ku Klux Klan woke up this morning. The drug pushers woke up this morning. I thank God that I made another 24 hours in the most vicious, nasty, hateful, insane nation that's ever existed with my wits, without hating, without being bitter, without being mean. I thank God that I survived 24 hours in that type of atmosphere with the type of amusement and friendliness. And so I would say to young folks, uh, don't be in a state of denial of the racism and sexism, but don't let that block you. Don't teach your children that you have to be twice as good as a white. That's an awful thing to teach your children.
Mm-hmm.
That's like saying, because you're black, white America has a right to change your dollar for 94 cents. But we used to get 50 cents, and before that, we used to get nothing. Young folks have to say, we don't want more change for a dollar. Excuse me, we want a full dollar's change for a dollar, or this cash register will never ring again.
Yes.
I would also like for young blacks to understand that about 83% of all employment happen with small businesses. And if you don't have a small business, then you have nobody to work for you. And I would say to young blacks, get into entrepreneurship. We will never catch up with white America till we get into business, because there's a thing called tax write-offs. And if you have a job and come together, 10 of you, and open up a corporation and have somebody run it, you hire somebody to run it, but you have tax write-offs. 98% of people that fly first class on airplanes would not be there if that wasn't a write-off. And yet, on that first class, they gave away last year $800 million, almost $1 billion of free whiskey. But if a welfare mother asked for some apple juice for the baby, she's laughed at. And so I would say entrepreneurship, and then understand that we will never survive as a group until we get into communities and not neighborhoods. A community is, I control the police, the banks, the schools, the firefighters, and I control the flow of the money. And I have no problem when I go in a Jewish neighborhood and the shop owners are Jewish, and I go into an Italian neighborhood and shop owners are Italian. I have a problem when I come in a black neighborhood and the shop owners is not me. A Korean has a right to come in and buy my shop for $30 million more than it's worth. That's good business. But if we decide that we're not going to do business with that one, then he'll have to sell it back, or she'll sell it back to a black person for $1 million. Yes. And then the money circulates, and that's how you change. We've been so busy dealing with the hurt and the pain and the misery and glamorizing a handful that have made it, that we have never really looked at, like they say, your role model. If you haven't got a role model in your house, you should fall on your knees and pray to God, because something is wrong.
Yes.
And so I would say to young folks, it's not about alcohol, but it's hard for me to say that to you when a 5-year-old got to reach past mama's beer and papa's wine to get some mayonnaise. I would also say to young folks that the number one drug that will wipe you out is not cocaine, it's not heroin, it's marijuana. And they deliberately make that a recreation drug, but it stays in the muscles, it stays in the blood, and it will wipe out your memory bank. And also, this is the first time in the history of TB that TB has always been known as poor folks. It's the first time that TB is not running rampant in the ghetto. It's running rampant in middle income white America because it's the marijuana that they spray, and that's no accident. And so I would just say to young folks, you have to reevaluate everything you've been taught. I would say to the black folks that just because a black person is 90 years old don't mean they have wisdom, and you need to listen to them, because if you was dumb and stupid when you was 9, you dumb and stupid when you 90.
So we always say in the Black Panther Party that they can do anything they want to us. We might not be back. I might be in jail. I might be anywhere. But when I leave, you can remember I said with the last words on my lips that I am a revolutionary. And you're going to have to keep on saying that. You're going to have to say that I am a proletarian. I am the people. I'm not the pig. You got to make a distinction. And the people are going to have to attack the pigs. The people are going to have to stand up against the pigs. That's what the Panthers are doing. That's what the Panthers are doing all over the world. We have
What is good, my people? We are live, back with another live. Real quick, I ain't even planning on coming on live right now, but you know, I felt inspired, so I just came on here real quick. What's up, bro? How you doing, my sister? I'm glad you made it. My brother Al, CJ, and I'm put the link in the chat. CJ, you can come on if you want, and it's for anybody who want to come on. And I'm gonna put it on here now because I'm not gonna be on here too long tonight. All right, but yeah, since I'm gonna be quick, you know, we definitely have to talk about the art of war, because as Black people, we do not understand the art of war. And I'm gonna say it off the top, you know what I'm saying? Like me, I am pro-Black. And that means that I want me and my lineage to be able to survive and to be able to live, and not just live, not just survive, but to thrive, right? To put myself, my children, my lineage in a position to be have prosperity. I appreciate you, Raw. But we definitely have to start addressing the art of war, because one of the most important parts of war, when you know that you're winning a war, is when you can fight that war without even having to wage battle. Have your enemy fight itself. And we can clearly see that Black people, and whatever you want to call yourself or classify yourself as, we clearly can't even agree on who we are as a people, when really it's not even that serious. But it's such a stigma on it. We're scared to call ourselves anything. We have to start coming to a point where we're proud to be who we are. We don't have to be apologetic about what we are, what we say, the things that we do, the stuff that we claim, because I'm not apologizing to nobody. What's going on? Time to work? I'm glad you're here, yo. Because obviously we don't understand how war works, right? Of course they're going to, Wakari call it the whitelist, you know what I'm saying? Like, but of course they're gonna put my channel on the whitelist, because listen to what I'm saying. But it would be me not understanding war to get mad at them for putting my channel on that. See, that's the thing. We still try to fight them to be a part and make them accept something. That is not art or war. Trying to convince somebody to see it your way. That's not how life works. The way life works is you say something, You stand on it, and when somebody come and try to test you, you prove it. That's how life works. It don't work by somebody else dictating every move that you make. How can you ever win a war if somebody else dictating how you move? Somebody dictating who you should listen to. That's why we got to start getting smarter and talking about leaders and all of that stuff. We have to start having more self-value and our self-love, having more self-worth for ourselves. Because when you have enough self-worth, why would you have to follow somebody? Feel like you have to have a leader of somebody. Now, you can politic with people, you can talk with people, you can learn from people, you can get ideas from people. But you don't have to bow down and worship them as if you don't have the same potential. And you can tell a leader, because not everybody says they're a leader, because that's one thing they're going to say. Well, I never said I was anybody's leader. But you can tell the sign of a good leader if he helps you stand on your own 2 feet. Not by somebody who lifts you up. And then we have because we all have some level of this Stockholm syndrome. I call it the black syndrome. But when something goes wrong, we blame an entire culture for it. If a black man rob me, all black men is thugs. If a black woman do me wrong, all black women is B's and H's. But the way I can tell that it's fear is when you address these other communities and you come up with all of these names so you don't get banned because you're scared of them. Because that's really what it come down to. But you don't have to go through all of that, because the art of war is fighting when you know when it's time to fight and not fighting when it's not time to fight. But always being prepared and striking when your enemy is not ready. But see, your enemy knows that you're never ready, so they can always strike. But at some point, this art of war concept has to register. Because I see everybody, all we have is the smoke for ourselves. We don't have no smoke for nobody else. We don't condemn all of everybody else based off the crimes of one person. We need to accept everybody into our lineage, because that's just the good thing to do. Well, part of art is not good or bad. The part of war is not about right or wrong, good or bad. It's about winning and it's about losing. And if you lose, then you lose your culture. That means you lose your language, your religion, your names, your traditions, the ability to feed yourself, clothe yourself. But they don't want anybody hearing the stuff that we got to say. So of course they're going to hate on us. And why am I going to fight them for that? That's what they're supposed to do. What I'm supposed to do is to get us to do the stuff that we're supposed to do. But if I can get you not wanting to even identify as yourself, who you are, right? Run away from your identity, because it's not what you call yourself. You can make up a new name tomorrow and next week it's going to be a slur. If we called ourselves the Planeteers, that would be another slur. So why are we sitting here wasting our time fighting over that kind of trivial stuff? Wasting our time straight fighting each other. See, a part of that stuff is the communication that you have to have. Because we have to be able to communicate with each other, but we don't even have enough respect for each other on a larger scale. because we feel like we have to be tough with each other, and then we're the most lenient people on everybody else. Because I mean, amount of people like, yo, you shouldn't have disrespected that white boy when the white boy came on. See, sometimes you have to admit when you have been defeated in order to correct that problem. Right? We got to say, okay, they beat us in this battle. But if we stop fighting these battles, then we'll never win the war. Right? The minute that we assimilate is the minute that we submit and lose the war. What's going on, Bakari, CJ? And y'all come on here too, because I'm not going to be on here long. See, we rather blame each other for the state that we're in, but we'll never get anywhere pointing the finger because we have to take accountability. I have to take it for myself. See, that's the thing. You're never going to get everybody on board, but are you on board? Are you doing what you're supposed to do? Because you can do that. And I really believe Black people make stuff where you can't manage it on purpose. I don't see how you can find comfort in being in a system like that, but we managed to do that. Because if Black people were these thugs and all of this stuff that people talk about, racism, slavery, Jim Crow, would have been over in a week. But I don't think you are as gangster as Black people try to portray themselves and as the media portray us, because that's the thing that we believe. It's like Big Gregory said, if you don't have a role model in your home, then something is wrong. And in far too many homes, there aren't the role models that we need in our community. And then we wonder why the stuff is going on like it is. We wonder why brothers feel this certain way about sisters, why sisters feel a certain way about brothers. Because what else do they have to judge it off but the stuff that we see? Because at the end of the day, we definitely human. And that has an effect on you. But if you lost in the state that you're in, like not knowing that you're in a state of war, that's when it becomes detrimental to your health. Deadly. But what else do you have to believe? See, your enemy has you defeated, right? The art of war is not to win a battle, it's to make your opponent submit fully, to make him think that he has no chance of winning, when in reality, there's no way you can be defeated. Because guess what? They have done everything that they have done to you. And you still here. We're still here talking, having the same conversations. But this mentality, because this is the thing that we have to change, a mentality of not wanting to be who we are, because it don't even matter what you call yourself. What matters is the situation. Because yeah, racism might be a social construct, but once they start acting on it, that's a real thing. So what is the point of you letting whatever you believe deter you from working with somebody else who believes something different? Because at the end of the day, we don't have to believe that this stuff exists. In reality, they're going to show you. And they pick and choose when they want to be a part of it. Because I was talking to this Jewish white boy, right? He tried to call Ice Cube anti-Semitic because Ice Cube spoke out again. He spoke out because Jewish people were screwing him over with his contract. And he said, no, Ice Cube is anti-Semitic. And I was like, so what makes it anti-Semitic? First of all, if you think that you're the only Semite, then that makes you anti-Semitic in my book. But I was like, what makes it anti-Semitic? But he said, because you single it out. See, they know how to maneuver arguments. They know when they're right and wrong. It's not about right and wrong. They maneuver the arguments. Because to me, I don't care if you're Jewish, if you're Polish, if you're Irish, if you're Portuguese, if you're Spanish. It's the same thing to me. It's just the problem is we care. Yo, Alquan, what's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, man. Yeah, I like you, man. You're one of the more level-headed people out here.
Yeah, I appreciate it, bro.
And you definitely know what's going on. And as far as what we call ourselves, yeah, definitely in the YouTube streets, that's a big problem. And a lot of people get emotional. I was just on a broadcast the other day, and they were talking about ABOs and DNA and all that kind of stuff. And when you bring up things to prove your case, see, me, I like the truth. I don't care what direction it goes in. If it's an embarrassing one, hey, it's the truth. If it's a glorious one, it's the truth. But some people pick and choose. They want glory over the truth. That's why some people are Hotep steppers or Hoteppers. They want to pick and choose ancient Egypt. Others, Israel, anything that was famous in history, basically. Moors, anything like that. And then some people say we want glory by being a so-called Native American. But that's not what we want, because that hasn't been glamorous, to tell you the truth. But the funny part is, I was on the broadcast the other day. I asked the man to bring up the picture of the Pequot Indians who run the casino in Connecticut. The man brought the picture up. Everybody was black. The only one that wasn't, and you can look at her closely and see she has some black in her, was one. And he pointed that one out saying, oh, she's white. Everybody else is fake. And then he pointed to the black guy, the darkest one. And he said, okay, he is a black man. He's not an Indian. He probably married into them. I said, man, that sounds like something somebody white would say. I mean, how could you assume that somebody married into them, that's why he is there? But everybody else is clearly black. So, again, that's supposed to shut the argument up when you see the proof right before your eyes. Why would you keep denying what is before your eyes unless you have another agenda? That's a problem. That's why when it comes down to titles and what we call ourselves, we got to make sure what we are is telling the truth. I grew up in a household full of people who lied nonstop, lied about who I am, lied about who they were. And I got to tell you, it's no fun. I had 2 fathers who died. That's right, you heard me, 2.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry about that, bro.
No, that's all right. They were up there. I didn't even know them like that. That's the funny part, because people lie. But see, I couldn't claim either one of them because I got another man's name, but that didn't go over too well. Then I got the other guy that's supposed to be my father. I have no claims because I don't have his name. There's no evidence. So this is why people like me like to seek the truth, because I've been lied to all my life. So this is what it is. If we find the evidence, which we have been finding, that we are indigenous to this land, why do you think that they concentrate so much on us? I mean, out of all the different peoples that come here, it's always us from the moment of the revolution, Crispus Attucks, to now. It's always about us. This whole thing is going on here with us, just like in South Africa or Australia. They talk about the indigenous people because they are the ones whose land was stolen. The African component, that's the story that they gave us. So when you keep doing the knowledge and then you find out that, you know what, this stuff is a lie, not simply because it was handed to us by the white man and his coon agents, but because when you actually investigate it, it makes no sense. And I'm telling you this, like when you ask them about the slave ships, they got a joke. They make 50 million excuses. It was chopped down. Slavery was over. They don't need the ships, so they destroy them. Okay, well, I mean, when you don't need the White House anymore, that old White House still stands. The first White House, they didn't destroy that. You didn't need the Egyptian pyramids anymore. That still stands. I mean, so we got to stop making excuses for what people deem as the enemy and stop supporting him. See, this is what pisses me off, is because once you know that they're going beyond the truth and beyond even the lies that the white man tells, that's when you know they're up to something. They're on assignment. It's no longer about some are ignorant, but most of these people are on assignment. It's no longer about the truth. The truth is the truth. It's not what somebody says it is. If you have African connection, it should be apparent. But the native is apparent. See, everybody who's a Black American, everybody has said that we're Native Americans. Why would everybody say that? I mean, who tricked us into saying that? The only thing people tricked us into saying we're African. That's what happened. So identity is key because once you know who you are, you can move forward with that. But if you keep living a lie, you're propagating somebody else's story, and it's not yours. I'm done. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so you good. So like what are you saying was a lie? Like slavery itself or just the slave trade?
The transatlantic slave trade.
Like so like you saying like nobody was ever bought over or just like it wasn't like what they said?
Right. Definitely wasn't like what they said. Very few. And of course, when you think about it, why would you need to do it if you see Black people over here? Not that Black people had to be enslaved automatically, but I'm just saying, you got people here, you just say, hey, after a while, to detach them from the land, you say, hey, you're from Africa. Then you go to Africa, grab some more people whenever you can. Obviously, they couldn't grab millions, but whenever they can kidnap people, then they grab them, bring them over here, get a little money.
Right. And let me ask you this just to be clear. Like, do you think like the sex farm stuff was real?
I think a lot of that stuff is hyped to make it seem so bad because chattel slavery, it's basically treating us like animals. I mean, slavery is not good, period. But I don't really think that was really true in the way that people promoted it. Obviously, slaves are going to reproduce at some point in time. You're going to make those people slaves. So I'll leave it at that. But I don't think, they exaggerate a little bit. I'm not letting the white man off the hook for people who want to make that argument. I'm just saying they got to make it bad to detach us from who we are. That's why the story goes that we were kidnapped from Africa. Then our memories got erased. And we don't know who we are, but a few have risen to remind us that we're African from either Nigeria, Ghana, some people now throwing in Angola and the Congo. Okay, well, if our memories got erased, who reminded you? We know who that is. That's the white man.
Right. And I'm gonna be real. I don't get into like the conversation because like to me, I think that's a distraction from like the larger joint. But like let me ask you this, right? There was this one slave ship that was on record caught being like from like 1860, like the Colloida or something like that.
Clotilda.
Yeah, so that wasn't real.
Well, I'll tell you this. Find me a picture of the Clotilda as a ship.
A picture as a ship. It was like a court case, like documented court case though.
Okay, what they have in the court case?
What you mean?
I mean, what was the court case about?
Well, somebody was apparently caught shipping slaves, and they got caught. You know, it was piracy. They passed laws against it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So he got caught, and apparently he was like that was the last slave ship. You know.
Well, I got to look into that and see the details on that. If at best it might have been somebody grabbing some black people and saying, "Hey, I'm in business again." But other than that, there's no evidence that was a ship, period, or a slave ship. It's just a bunch of pieces of wood. Truth be told,
right?
You can't find not one ship. And that's how I got into this, because I was just curious, because I wanted to see the conditions on these ships. That's why I said, let me find one of these and see what was going on. And then as I kept searching, I kept realizing, my God, I can't find one. How come I can't find one? Then that combined with everything else, I realized, God damn it, this shit is fake.
Well, and then I'll move on after that because like I said, that ain't my lane anyway. But like the dude, you believe like John Rolfe is real, right?
I don't know who that is.
He was like a white dude. He was like the governor of like one of the first governors in Virginia. Like a lot of schools and stuff is like named after him, John Rolfe. But you heard the stuff of like the 20 and odd Negroes arrived on, at Virginia. You heard that before?
Yeah, I heard about Virginia. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying like John Rolfe documented it, and that was like one of his documents. He said 20 some odd Negroes in 1619. That was a 1619 thing.
Okay.
So I mean, like, well,
where
I guess
where do you say they arrived from?
Oh well, they arrived from ships. You know what I'm saying?
But
I don't know if it's like, huh?
But
He said he called them Africans, like in his thing,
Okay, well, I got to read into that, but for the most part, we were called Negroes. Now, why would you be called a Negro versus an African versus a Moor?
Right. Well, I'm saying like, it was black people brought in. That's why I'm getting into all of the titles and all of that stuff. They was like black people brought in, right?
Well, how many? How many did he say? 19,
he said 20.
20. Well, I mean, that hardly amounts to a slave trade.
Right. No, that at that time that was like the first. They said that's the first African. I know you ain't gonna say that, but it's supposedly the first Africans brought to America. But it wasn't. It was a lot more before then. It was like revolts where they bought because before it was like the Spanish over here and like the Portuguese tried to come and claim the land and all of that. And when they bought slaves or whatever, because the Portuguese was kidnapping people from Africa in the 1400s, you know what I'm saying? And
that's what they say.
So you don't believe that happened either?
I'm saying that's what they say. I mean, we don't speak Portuguese, we don't speak Spanish. Whatever I noticed, we got pure documents of black peoples already in the Americas, North and South America.
Yeah, I ain't say Americans people, like, because I understand what you're trying to say, but I'm saying they kidnap people from Africa, Like,
yeah, I can accept a few kidnappings for a little bit of money, but a transatlantic slave trade bringing in tens of millions of people, knocking tens of millions of people over the head, kidnapping them and taking them on long journeys, 3 months. That doesn't make any sense. That's not even necessary. If you got people over here already, you enslave them. And that's what they did.
Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, like everybody can have their opinion because like now do you like I'm pretty sure you do, like you think racism is a real thing?
Oh, no doubt about that.
Now, like I asked the other brother who came on God Channel, he was like Like, so Germans and French, are they like, so you wouldn't consider you and Africans would be different people, right?
Well, we are.
But are y'all both black though, or y'all just a different kind of black, or y'all just completely different?
All right, different type of black. Like an East Indian is a different
Right.
type of black.
So would you be willing to work with a African person, like, to, just for like, if it's about like ending racism kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I don't have a
Like,
problem with that.
right.
Just don't tell
So,
me I'm an African. Don't try to force that on me.
well, I agree with that. And I also don't think that people should tell like somebody else that they're not African, and I don't think somebody should tell them that they're not whatever they think they are. That's just to me, all of that kind of stuff is irrelevant. That's why I don't even get into that kind of stuff, because to me is about. But the thing is, you kind of like say you are against Pan-Africanism though, right?
Right, because they try to force that ideology on people, and it's a
Right.
false ideology that's presented to them by the white man.
Right,
That's
mhm. Go ahead.
okay.
No, I was just gonna say, but don't you think that like you just said, you're willing to work with the African, like as far as economically and all of that kind of stuff? Like, don't you think that's like kind of Pan-Africanism?
No, because I'm not centering Africa around anything. In fact, I've already worked with Africans long ago. So
Hmm.
and I admit it was during the time where I was under the spell of Pan-Africanism myself. So, but that wasn't the only reason I did it. But I admit I was kind of pressured. I felt that I had to force a connection with them.
Right. Right. And hold on, my brother Ryan Silly just jumped on. I'm gonna let him go in real quick.
All right.
Ryan Silly.
Yeah,
What's going on, bro?
yeah, I'm just chilling, man. I just came back from the store, got some blueberries. So what's the topic tonight?
Well, I didn't really have a specific topic, but I came on here talking about the art of war. Then Alquan came on here. We started having a conversation, but I don't know if you heard, like, but
Oh yeah.
mhm.
Al, where are you from, Alcon? I know your voice. Like, did you do some book readings or something like that? Because I'll be all over YouTube, but I know you from somewhere.
I'm from New York. You could have seen videos of me talking about some books because I did put those up recently. If you're talking about formal book readings, no.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know you from one of those because your voice very familiar. But no, and I seen some folks in the comments on the last video throwing shots at me. The older sister, and like I said, I understand how older Black people are. Folks are gonna be stuck in the way. They're gonna talk about I'm crazy, things like that. Like, when they hear stuff they never heard before, and it's all good, man. It's all good. If it was a younger person, I probably wouldn't be as nice. I'm just keeping it 100. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good to that sister. And I was actually going Google Translate because I know she can't speak English or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Not the best at it. I was like, is this Haitian Creole? Is this Jamaican? Like, you
Yeah,
know what I'm saying?
I
So
think that's a Jamaican situation.
Oh,
yeah, I
you
thought it was
talking about
Jamaican.
Raw? You talking about my sister Raw?
Yeah, whatever that sister's name was. Yeah, I was looking on Google Translate to try to talk back in that, but I didn't. But it's all good, man. I don't expect everyone to understand me, but I know what I know. And like I've
Right.
said before, there's pro-Black people who would agree with me. You know what I'm saying, and who've rejected me as Black and said I'll never be African, and that's cool. I don't really need to be quote unquote African or whatever, because I'm gonna do me regardless of what people choose to call me or whatever racial identity I claim. Like my goal until the last days of my life is to help African people and then people of my heritage, which one of my friends, he actually gave a name for it, the people of the most color. I actually like that phrase because it's what they like to do with African people and folks that look like me is they'll loop us all in as people of color, and I feel like that's unfair because the thing about Asians and Hispanics and all these other races is they have genetics that Africans don't, and even people like me, um, don't necessarily have. So I don't like how people like to throw everyone in that people of color box, because it can be very confusing when everyone isn't the same. You know what I'm saying? Even with African people, they aren't necessarily the same. You got the West Africans, you got the East Africans with their own unique features. So I honestly hate when these other groups are like, we're all people of color, and that's what some of the Hispanics was doing to me up here. When we would talk about racial stuff, they talk about, man, I hate when they do this to people of color, people of color. I'm just like, man, like, please get out of here with that. Um, and one thing I do want to say though, that I hate what black folks be doing, because I actually came off fresh with this video. And this be my problem with these be the type of black women I'm talking about. Not all, but too many. Like this singer Summer Walker threw on the cape for this Dominican chick, like who the rapper the baby was dating. And I hate seeing that type of stuff, man. Like it seems like black folk got all this energy to save other groups coming to the rescue, and I honestly don't expect much from someone like this sister, uh, because she kind of fits into that Lolo Keisha crowd, ghetto hood rat, tattoos all over her face, used to be a stripper. So I don't expect too much, I guess. But that be the type of black women I'm speaking out against, and people like Tommy Sotomayor and O'Shea Duke Jackson. Like that's why I be rocking with them brothers, because they be calling out the BS in the community, and I love seeing that.
Hey,
But
hey,
yeah, yeah.
I don't mean to cut you off because I was doing that yesterday. I was listening, but like, oh well, first of all, let me say, my sister Raw, everybody said that you are a smart brother, you know what I'm saying? But it's some things that people had a question with, you know what I'm saying? But like, so like, let me ask you this. You was like, is it your grandparents or like your great grandparents that's like white? Is like, how many of them is it?
Yeah, it's a great grandparent on my dad's side. My grandmother is biracial, you know what I'm saying?
And
So it was her father. Her father was the white man.
and that's the only white person, and the rest of them is black.
From my knowledge, I've heard things my mom's father may be mixed. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? But as far as I know, I mean, yeah, pretty much that's it. That's what I know.
But that's kind of what people were saying, like, cause like it's you, so that would mean you have seven people, right, that who are black and one is white, and you're saying you're multiracial, and like you don't want to identify with like the seven. You're saying that was like kind of the issue a lot of people were saying. And like, I wasn't going in as hard as, like I said, I don't try not to go in or like, especially on black people, because when the white boy came on here, everybody got mad because I was going in on him. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's my problem, you know what I'm saying? That's why I don't even like to debunk black people's like like their beliefs or nothing, because your beliefs are your beliefs. I don't even really care, but it is what it is. But
Yeah, it's
go ahead.
yeah, it's not even beliefs, it's just science, and like I said, like people can, try to force me into the African box or whatever, but like I said, if I was to go back in time and smash one of the caves in my family, I don't know how that wouldn't be considered incest. So at the end of the day, I am multiracial technically, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's whole, and I honestly don't understand like why African people feel the need to include everybody. That's something I actually hate, and that's absolutely disgusting to me. You know what I'm saying? They especially do this with biracial people all the time, talking about they're black. It's like, no, they're not fully black. They're half white and they're half black. My grandmother is biracial, and that's fine. But I hate how African people, will say things like, I hate when folks talk about biracials aren't black. It's like, what do you mean? They're genetically, they're not. They can look like an African person or whatever, but genetically they have a white parent and a black parent. That's not racist. That's not hateful, and that's kind of. And I'm gonna let the other brother speak, but just to wrap things up, it's like I'm not coming from a hateful place. I'm coming from a place of science, and it's kind of like into that argument I had with transgenders. If people are gonna say that transgenders, and of course I agree, they're gonna talk about they're crazy for claiming they're one gender when they're the other. It's like how can people act confused then when someone who's fully black talks about they're not fully black when it's a matter of science? You know what I'm saying? But that's pretty much all I have to say about that.
Yeah, but the problem with that is then everybody is everybody kind of like then but like Alquan, do you I know you probably got something, so you could say if you wanted to address anything he said too, but would you classify yourself as black?
Yeah. And my mother had that Benazir Bhutto type of look, you know? And I used to ask her, I said, what are you? She's like, I'm black. That's all you need to know. So, I mean, I thought something else was going on in there. I mean, she was too damn bright, but, you know, both of her parents are black. So it was what it was.
Right. And but I'm pretty sure. Well, I don't know if you. I think are you like agree with Tommy Sotomayor too?
In what regard?
Well, he agreed with like what he says about like women, like the pro blacks is like this and that. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what he be saying.
Yeah, but he's all over the place, so it's kind of hard. One minute he acts pro black, then the next minute he says, "Okay, let me coon again." You know. Sometimes I agree, sometimes I don't agree.
Right. So are you against pro blacks?
I'm against this new age pro black, where they come with this fundamentalism that's kind of like white supremacy in reverse. You know, like what my man was just talking about with people saying biracials are not black. Even though I think he was agreeing with that, if I heard him right. I don't like that because that was never an assertion before. Before it was always, well, if you are a little bit black, you're black. Because if you look at black people, I guess from the 1800s up until the 1990s, hell, even 2000, you got people who are looking so white that you're like, man, I can't see the black in them, but they're called black. And that's by the white man's directives. You know, he just didn't want nothing to do with us, and he didn't want us to mix in and then take things. That's what Asians do, by the way, in case people don't know. They mix in with white people, have kids, name their kids. They don't name them Manching or nothing like that. They name them Blaskowitz and Steinberg and whatever European name they can get. And then they have them blend in, and then they slowly take the well. Got to be smooth if you're going to mix.
Yeah, I agree, and I would say this, because I'll give y'all a chance, because I ain't wanted to even go this long. I didn't even know y'all was gonna come on here, because I would say this. I'm agree with the pro black stuff, and I do think that you have to have two black parents to be black. And I know Ryan like by what you're saying, then nobody is black, you know what I'm saying? Because we've all had some kind of mixture in our family somewhere.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. So, there's fully black people all over America, the Caribbean. Like there are people like me, but there's still full-blood Africans and stuff like Mahershala Ali. Wesley Snipes. Wesley Snipes. I'm pretty sure he's fully African. The one brother.
You don't think they have nobody in their family, their lineage had a white person somewhere down the line?
I never heard of it. No, and you know what I'm saying, they never talked about that. So I'm assuming they're fully black, but there's still fully black people in America, and that's another thing I hate too. Are there a bunch of multiracial people in the United States? Yeah, there are a bunch of people like me. But at the same time, they're still full-blood Africans. Kwame Brown, he's full-blood African. From what I know, he's Gullah Geechee. You know what I'm saying? There's a bunch of people in the South who's fully African. So I don't like this thing.
But does Kwame Brown know his great great grandfather though, or grandmother though?
I mean, I never heard him go into depth about it. You know what I'm saying? But
that's what I'm saying. Like he could have a white person be like one of those, right?
I mean that could be the possibility.
Are you going by his complexion? Because you look at his facial features, then that's a different situation.
Yeah, I mean, I look at his facial features. He looks like a straight up African person. You know what I'm saying? Gullah
Okay.
Geechee and things like that. But even so, like let's say that he does have some white and cool. Like, it's still impossible for like everyone in the United States to be related to a white person. That's just not possible. You know what I'm saying? So I hate when people act like, oh man, everyone got a rapist in their family, or not even a rapist,
Yeah,
because there
nobody
were
said a
some.
rapist. Yeah, I mean, like
Yeah,
you.
yeah,
Mhm.
because there were some, black women giving up the coochie to white men back in the 1900s
Vice
without
versa.
rape and
And vice
stuff.
versa, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So I just hate when people talk about, if you know what I'm saying, this person, you not accepting Malcolm X as black, or
But
then
I'm saying,
nobody is
so
black.
so how would you know though?
Well, like I said, like it's hard to know, but at the same time, like there's still full-blooded African people in America. Like, I have a friend up in New York City who's full black. Like, every member of his family is black. You know what I'm saying? And he's a quote unquote foundational black American. You know what I'm saying? There's a bunch of people in the United States who haven't mixed. Like, even though there is a lot, you know what I'm saying, there's a lot of people who are mixed with something. At the same time, there's still a lot of people who aren't. So I just hate when people act like it's just like everyone is mixed. It's like, nah, bro. And that's what's funny too. Like,
But
what y'all saying,
I
right?
don't mean to interrupt, but now let me make sure I got this clear, because I think you're kind of prejudging a lot of people based on appearance and assuming that, well, if they're darker skin, they don't have any possible white in them. And do I have it right that it's your great grandmother that's half white? You said,
Yeah.
and anybody else that's half white?
Not that I know of. No.
And you're calling yourself multiracial from that?
Yeah, because it's science. Science says so. You know what I'm
But,
saying?
But that
but
would mean like how would you know that everybody isn't multiracial then?
I mean, like I said, I have a friend in New York City who's a quote unquote foundational black American, and every member of his family is black. You know what I'm saying?
Going back for how
And
long though?
huh?
I said going back how long?
Um, I don't know. I think maybe great grandfather or something like that. Like, so
So hold on, where
um,
do you draw the line at though? Like it just
well,
stops at like your great grandfather or
no, it's just like, if you have anything white period in you, I consider you a multiracial person, because like something. And before I go on that, what y'all are saying right now about like everyone's mixed with something, and this is what I talk about within the pro black and pan African community. There's people who would call y'all coons just for saying that. Like, they would say y'all are coons and traitors. So I want to let that be known. And then what I want to say is, what a lot of Pan Africans and pro blacks will say is, they don't accept biracial people as black because Africans don't have white cousins, all that, and I agree with that. Um, but at the same time, it's like, going by that logic, which is true, is based in science. I would say that no Africans have any white ancestry. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of how I think about things. I don't care how far something goes back. Like, to me, if you have
so
anything,
who has no like tell me who do you know that has none, period.
what, European DNA.
Yeah, like you don't gotta be personal, but like like
Yeah,
which
yeah.
group?
Uh there's an actor, like I said, from the new Marvel movie, The Eternals. The one who's playing the queer in the movie. I don't know that brother's name. Like, he was on the show Atlanta too. He's African, from what I know. Then, like I said, Mahershala Ali, uh Viola Davis,
now you just going by
just,
phenotype or skin complexion?
I mean, phenotype plays a role, but also their heritage. Like, if they're in the deep south and stuff, like in the deep south, there's not as much racial mixing as
Mm.
in
Yes, they
Puerto.
are. Like they that's where most of it was at. Like really, like it was everywhere. But I'm saying like they was down there getting it in. They had to pass so many laws because they was doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, in
Like,
Louisiana with the Creoles. Come on.
yeah, like
Yeah, but they they
you
they got
can't.
Gullah Geechees and things like that, fam. You know what I'm saying? So
But the
I don't,
problem
I
is you
don't.
can't say like nobody because you don't know like one person in this whole heritage could have slept with one person and then now you would say they're multiracial, like, and that could have been their great grandfather. You gotta, unless you putting a limit on it, you know what I'm saying? Like, and even then, like, you know, it wouldn't make sense if you put a limit on
Oh,
it, you know?
here's another person I know is fully African. He's another young man like me. Watch on YouTube. Very intelligent brother. Named Von Cut, and he's a light skinned brother, but every member of his family is black. You know what I'm saying? So that's another person. Like, and I guarantee there's millions of people like that in America. You know what I'm saying? You know, or if you want to go lower, at least 100,000. So, and I'm gonna stop talking in a bit, but what I just want to say is just not realistic to me, where some people want to be like everyone is mixed with something, like statistically and just logically, that's hard to believe. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna leave it at that.
All right, before my man MG2 comes on, let me just make sure I got something clear. Make sure I heard right. So your great grandmother is half white, right?
Yes, sir.
And everybody else is black, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're multiracial, but everybody else is potentially pure, would you say African?
Yes, sir.
Now, would you take a person like me, a light-skinned black man? I'm not your complexion, a lot lighter, not half white, but I damn sure don't look like an African. So where do I fit in?
I mean, if every member of your family member is African, I would call you African. But like, if you know every member
Wait, hold
isn't
on.
African.
No, I don't mean to cut you off, but he wouldn't say African. Like, he would, you know, he would say American black, or I don't know what he would say. Like,
just black.
Yeah, just black.
Okay, so I'll
yeah,
use
like not. He's like, he don't believe that he comes from Africa. So, like, you know. Just
well,
like,
we, not me, we.
go ahead.
Yeah. So I would just you know, I mean, I don't know your family history, but like if you're quote unquote light skinned and fully black, then I'll call you a black man. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but you would view me as being blacker than you. Is that right?
I mean, if you don't have a European great grandparent, then yeah, of course, scientifically, you would be blacker than me. That's just a fact.
Okay.
And no disrespect, my brother Ryan Silly, but like I seen like one of your videos. Like, I mean, that's why you would get confused as a black. I'm not going, because I can't tell nobody else what to call themselves. You know what I'm saying? I respect you as a young man, but you know, to me, you would be a young brother, even though you wouldn't call yourself a black man. But to me, I think that's more some like of you not wanting to call yourself black. But before I even say something, I'm gonna let my brother MG2 come on. What's going on, my brother MG2?
Always good to listen to you, brother Forecast. Oh my goodness, and what a wonderful forum that you have. Oh my gosh, I'm just sitting here listening and learning. Yeah, as always, I love to learn. I wanted to ask your guests a few questions, and I'll start with, I believe, my eyes are not that good. Like I said, I've lost most of my vision. Alquan Hard Cold. I wanted to ask you a few questions, and what do you think in terms of when? Let me rephrase it. In terms of species, are Africans a different species than multiracial, and are they a different species from, I guess, folks that are in the Western Hemisphere that call themselves indigenous, or I don't know, or I don't know what they call themselves, but whatever they call themselves, are these different species?
No.
So they're all the European a different species from them.
According to his research, no, but obviously
when you say his, who are you referencing in terms of his?
I'm sorry, the white man.
Okay, the white man. Okay, are Asians? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say the white man says that he descends from black people. He says black people were here first. White people.
So I'm asking a very simple question in terms of, I know I'm glad that you answered that. I'm trying to get a delineation, or is there any delineation of species between different segments of bipeds, of humanoids that literally originated on different places around the world? Are Asians, or what they consider Asians in that
part of the world's hemisphere, are they a different species than those that are in the Western Hemisphere, i.e., indigenous or whatever they call themselves? And and I'm talking what they call this place called Americas. Are those different species?
I think I'm confused by your use of the term species, because if we were different species, we wouldn't be able to reproduce together,
Actually, tigers and lions are two different felines, yet they are different species. And they do have what they call ligers and taion. Polar bears
right.
and grizzly bears are two different species. Tomatoes, you have different species of tomatoes, yet you're able to go ahead and hybrid. I do a lot of agriculture. So these might, in terms of what Ryan said earlier, that word that Europeans use, science, which I kind of laugh at sometimes, that would be considered different species. So is this an aberration to say that these are not different species?
Well, don't the ligers come out sterile?
It doesn't matter whether they're sterile; they still exist.
Well, I mean, after
They're still
that,
alive.
there could be no more after that, though.
It doesn't matter. A mule is and a donkey. It doesn't matter. They still exist, irrespective. I'm just saying they're different species that do things. And I wanted to ask: is it possible? It might not be. I'm just asking the question: is it possible that these are different species?
Well, I'll say this: if anything could be possible, but as far as the evidence goes, the white man's evidence, because he's the one who, once he took over the earth, he was the one digging and putting everything together for those who didn't put their own together. And he showed, even the Chinese show that they descend from an African. Maybe that could have been propaganda as they move into Africa. A lot of people don't consider that, but it goes to show you see Asians, they do have a lot of so-called African features, and they do have characteristics of white people too. So, it goes to show that there must have been some blending in at some point in time.
I have to say, without a doubt, there's definitely a lot of blending. Okay, I travel the world. I fill up passports on a regular basis. I do 56 countries a year sometimes. So, they're definitely throughout the two-legged species, the biped's existence, there have definitely been a lot of blending. But irrespective of this blending, before they blended, it was quite possible that these were different species that blended. I may be wrong.
Okay,
but I wanted to ask, when you were talking about the enslavement of Africans, okay, and you said that, I think Forecast brought up the fact that there were 20 Africans, and I know a lot of folks, because I hear that you reference white man, quote unquote, white man's information, which is it's understandable because today he took over the world, which is understandable. I like to know your foundations and your frame of reference and what you idealize as, and that helps me go ahead and learn more about what you're trying to teach me. And one of the things that when you said 20 doesn't necessarily adhere to quote unquote a slave trade. How many Africans or kidnapped individuals would you say is acceptable number to not be considered a slave trade? Is 20 okay, and maybe not 2 million or 20 million or 100 million? What would you delineate as saying what is an acceptable amount of people being kidnapped? Or when you were talking about when Brother Forecast brought up the sex farms, and Ryan talked about women giving up the coochie, which is kind of a little bit of derogatory, but that's okay. We all have our own ideology. I would like to say what is acceptable in terms of the thing that happened to Africans, whether it's only 20 in what you referenced, or whether it's over 156 million, which log books that we've researched say. But again, those log books might be, like you said, propaganda. So what would you consider as acceptable?
Okay, well, let me give you an example, then I'll answer directly. If you had a person selling packets of cocaine, let's say they had 20 packets of cocaine, you wouldn't call that person a drug dealer, that would be a drug peddler. But if they had tons of cocaine, 20 tons of cocaine, now you're talking about a dealer and a transporter. So when you're talking about 20 slaves, that's not what I would consider to be a slave trader, especially given the stories that they said happened, which is back and forth, nonstop. These are the ideas that they put in our heads. Back and forth, nonstop, shipfuls slaves. It's packed to the rim. And they just keep shipping them over here and going back and forth to Africa, because presumably they would have to keep going back and forth nonstop in order to bring, you said 165 million. Those are nonstop round trips. I mean, you just can't go over for
Now,
a few.
you didn't ask my question. What is an acceptable number? Would you consider acceptable? I guess you did when you said peddler, but different than drug dealer.
I'll give you a number. Whatever a ship can fill up, a big ship, not
Okay,
a
that's
small
acceptable.
boat.
Okay. So if one girl got raped, that would be acceptable, but if 20, that would be kind of unacceptable. Okay, I understand. I'm quite interesting.
I didn't say that though. By the way, you said.
Oh no, I'm just saying. I'm just using a reference because I like to use different references, because you reference Africans or those that are quote unquote acceptable in terms of cocaine, and that's a very interesting reference, or a very interesting model that you model after, cocaine and Africans, but the difference between a peddler and a dealer. So therefore, these were slave peddlers and not slave dealers. Okay, I understand that. It's just you're giving me foundation. Again, I'm learning. I'm just sitting here learning from you. And one thing I want to ask, and you said they. When you said they, the things that they're trying to indoctrinate us with, who are the they? Are these people that you're saying that are trying to tell us that ships were full? Which might be propaganda. I don't know. I wasn't there then, and neither were you or anyone else. But one thing I wanted to say is, who is the they? Are these, Africans? Are these Asians? Are these folks that are indigenous to the Americas? White? What? Arabs? Who is they?
It's definitely not any of those people that you mentioned. We know who they are. They are the white man. And
no, I don't. I'm asking. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you right now. They are the white man, and more specifically, the small hat white man. That is the Jews.
Okay. Were these Jews peddlers or dealers?
Well, they say that people say, history books that they participated in writing say that they supplied the ships. So that would make them dealers.
So if they supplied ships and only 20 came over, so therefore, if there was ships, plural, and if they were dealers, but yet only 20 were here, that would possibly mean that those ships were quite empty. Am I correct?
And it would also mean that if they had ships to fill up with slaves and only 20 came, that's a business that would not have lasted long.
Okay. And what was the at that time, from your referencing, what was commerce like? If there were no slaves, what was commerce like, and how did industry and how did things be, how was, according to the quote, well, your words, quote unquote, the white man who quote unquote controls the world, or I'm just paraphrasing, how were they able to manage, maintain, and create that? Was it something they've done by themselves? Was it something that they snapped up out of their fingers? I'm just kind of confused as what commerce was like then, and how commerce and production from the so-called Dark Ages, where they had nothing, to where they have everything. How was that able to be accomplished? Was it done without enslaved, indigenous or African or multiracials? I don't know what to call ourselves. Or was that done through, maybe they just did it themselves? I'm kind of, it's something I want to learn.
Obviously, before they start shipping Africans, as people claim, they must have done it themselves. But obviously, they got influenced by the Moors. And you can't deny that, because the first ones to break out of Europe were the Portuguese. And they broke away from the Moors before Spain did. And then Spain did, and then you saw what happened. The rest is history.
Let me ask, what are Moors?
Oh, yeah, I forgot who I'm talking to here. I don't want to get into that one, man. Because that's
No, because I'm wanting to learn. I really want to learn, because you're using terms that I want to go ahead and be very clear out. I have my own definition of Moors, but I don't want to go ahead and obfuscate things because I've heard a lot of obfuscating things all night, and it confuses me, and I want to not be confused.
Okay, so outside of this Moor stuff, what are you confused about?
Please determine. I want one sentence, your definition of what a Moor is, and anything that we can say can usually be summed in one sentence.
Okay, you may want to put me in a box. Okay, so Moor is basically Africans, and they did go into Europe, which used to be black too, by the way. And after a while, the Germanic tribes came in. They got mixed with some of them. Some of them became Muslims, and then they became Moors. Anybody who was a Muslim in Europe or anywhere around the way, Moor.
Okay.
But originally, we're dealing with black and African. That's what we're really dealing with.
Okay, no worries. That was a little bit more of one sentence, but I guess I'll take that. One of the things that I wanted to ask you both, and it just kind of, again, there's been a lot of confusion, and I just want to be clear. I want a lot of clarity to it, because again, I mean, I've seen things for over 50 years and I'm still learning. And one of the things that I'm kind of curious about is, and I'm going to ask Ryan the same question. I think that you don't identify yourself as an African. Okay, and I understand that because, we're in a very competitive world where everyone knows who they are, and a lot of individuals may not. So I'm not saying that one segment of society doesn't or shouldn't or whatever. I don't want to proselytize, because I hear more proselytization coming from individuals who are saying, we're not African, we're not this and that. And for them to proselytize into others means that maybe there's a confusion about who they know they are, and are trying to seek something out of that confusion. I don't know. That's a different subject for a different time. But one thing that I'm kind of curious about, if I'm not mistaken, you don't reference yourself as an African, but black. What is the difference between an African and a black?
Well, I mean, let me do it your way. I would have to ask you, what is the difference between an African and the East Indian and black?
The thing is I'm asking the questions because I'm confused. I'm just like a 3-year-old. I know I've been
I'm confused. I'm confused as well sometimes, Yeah,
I mean, you're using these terms a lot, and I want to know by your foundation, because you're my teacher. And being that you're my teacher, I want to know from a teacher's standpoint, what's the difference? Because I heard these terms all night. I want to know what the difference is as a student of yours.
But the difference is pretty simple. It's just a way to identify what people are used to hearing.
Okay, so there's no delineation between African and black?
Well, I mean, are you trying to imply that we're all the same? Is that where you're going?
No, I'm not implying anything. I'm just asking a question.
Well, Africans are not generally called black. They're called whatever their tribes are, or African, or whatever their nationality is.
Well, I wasn't talking about what they're called or what depiction they are. I'm talking in Ryan's terms.
I thought you were the student.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking questions, teacher. I'm asking because I'm in Ryan's term called science. Is there any delineation, not by what they're called, is whether it's a scientific delineation or any spiritual delineation? Is there any delineation between blacks, Africans, and I'm even add one more, indigenous?
Okay. Scientifically speaking, black would be invalid. That's just up to a visual identifier of skin tone. So scientifically speaking.
Okay, good. Yeah, see, I'm learning a lot, and that's what I really appreciate you, because you're making things a little clear for me. One of the things that I'm kind of curious about, and then I'm gonna move on to Ryan. I did some questions. I got a lot less questions for Ryan. And the reason that I have to do this is because I look at my present environment and I see others who know who they are and don't proselytize who they think they are or what they want to be or what others should be. They know who they are, and they're in, quote unquote, and good brother Alquan said, they control, or they're basically on top of the world. And I think that's possibly due to the fact that they don't they don't necessarily obfuscate their so-called lineage or whatever as a way of trying to gather others to do the same. I'm not saying you are, but I know a lot of folks do that, Alquan. One of the things I want to ask you is where do you get the source of most of your material to form your opinions, your facts? When you say a fact, to me, facts, history, and truth and evidence are like beauty. It's in the eye of the beholder. But the record, I'm saying the record never changes. Okay, so when I say the record, I'm talking about not history, not anything, no science, nothing. I'm talking about pure record? If it rained yesterday, it did not unrain. What record that you can give me where I could go research and find for myself that is a very physical, tangible record that I can actually hold in my hand if need be, that you form all your basis of what you've taught me as a student, what you've taught me in terms of what you call, history or indigenous or Moors. What record do you have, and where do you get that source of information? Is it from your studies? Do you travel?
Right.
Have you been around the world?
Studies
do you
everywhere
get
you
it
can
on
think
the
of. Internet, books, interviews with people.
Yeah. Have you
Documentary.
traveled?
But basically, and I have traveled, but basically, and interacted with people who come to the United States from other countries. But basically,
Let me ask. When I say
Hey,
travel,
hold on. Hey, hold on. I
Yeah.
don't want to cut y'all off because like y'all can finish it up, but I'm still want to let my brother or let Ryan Silly say what he got to say real quick, and then
all right, thanks.
yeah, go ahead. Y'all can finish it up real quick though.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna just hold it. And I'm gonna ask Ryan the same question. I want to know the sources, specific sources, not anything ambiguous. I'm talking about actual sources. When we say, "Oh, we got it from people here," give me some names, give me some scholars, give me some lands you've been at, give me some research, some archaeological evidence that you have, that you've touched, or that you've seen. I want to know the sources, spiritual, or whether it's from looking at the script, the different contexts of script that different societies have, and where I can find it and see it for myself. So, anyways, on that note, I'm gonna hang up on this one and listen to you guys offline. Brother Forecast, Brother Alphon, and Ryan, you guys are absolutely the best teachers I've had on month. So let me just know before I sign off. Please let me know where that you've gotten your information and the source of it, and where I can go find it for myself. Give me some websites, give me some people's names, what country I could go to, or what church, or whatever I could go to. You guys take care.
All right.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm finna probably get off here soon. I'm not really I'm not trying to care about none of that stuff right now. I'm finna go watch some TV or some YouTube videos. I just want to lay out a message for people in the comments calling me gay, saying I'm stupid. It's sad that you feel that way, and this is why I continue to use words like nigga and call people names, because that's exactly what you're doing when you're going around calling people you don't know gay, throwing insults at them. And this goes for both men and women. Like, someone who goes around calling people gay, throwing insults, that's not a person that I'm trying to have a logical debate with or really talk to. You know what I'm saying? There's something that you find heavy in the Black and multiracial community. These, males and females who are unhappy with themselves and have insecurities, or they just have real negative energy and they want to give that to strangers they don't know. At the end of the day, y'all people who talking this shit about me, you don't know me, man. You don't know my parents. You don't know what I've been through. You don't know what good things I'm doing for people. And normally I would be on some nigga shit talking about pulling up to people's houses and duking it out, but I'm not even gonna put that energy out there. All I can really say,
you mean some multiracial shit, right?
yeah, and so all I can say is, like, I feel bad for y'all that you are this wicked and evil. You know what I'm saying? And I feel bad for your parents that their kids had to come out just wicked and evil and
Wait,
want.
hold on. Who you saying is wicked and evil? Like black people or like the people in the chat, or who?
Yeah, just the people who's on some disrespectful stuff to me, not all black people or nothing, just the people who's in the comments calling me gay and stuff. Like, I feel bad that you have such hatred within yourself and you want to display that onto me. You know what I'm saying? For y'all who's talking crap in the comments, I wish the best for you. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta be honest with you, Ryan.
Yeah,
you gotta develop a thick skin. See, everywhere I go, I speak what I speak. I expect the name calling, and it comes.
Right.
But you know what? I don't give a damn, because I want to get right to the facts. Because name calling is a distraction.
Right.
That's what that's all about.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that one, Alquan. Like people is gonna say stuff like you can't let it get to you like that. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't. I understand, like, it's gonna take time and all of that stuff. But when you start your own channel, you're gonna get a lot of haters that's coming on here. You know what I'm saying? Like me, I get like white boys telling me to kill myself and all this other kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like it happens, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Like, and like I was gonna ask Alquan a question, but I'll let y'all. Like, I will say this: I will defend the pro black stuff right now for y'all, and all the questions that y'all say that, because I heard you before, Alquan, on other people's channel, like they won't answer questions and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Ryan Silly, people won't ask questions. I'll answer those questions right now to the best of my abilities anyway. You know what I'm saying? If y'all want to do that.
Okay. I'll let Ryan go first.
Yeah,
Since
I mean,
just got grilled.
like I said, I'm finna get off here, you know, like, and I'm also getting to a point where I don't care, you know, myself. I mean, like I said, normally I'll get on some street stuff and talking about pulling up to people and you know, duking it out or doing some real street shit, but I'm not on that type of time. And like I've talked about before, I'm kind of sticking to my own lane, and I don't really want much to do with most people, you know, for the exact reason, like I just stated, folks don't know how to have regular conversations.
But my brother, you gotta realize, like, when you saying like niggas, and because like yesterday when you was like, who is that bitch? That bitch Carrie Wilson. But then when you said the transgender, you said the transgender woman. People feel the same way as them calling you gay. As you know what I'm saying? Like, when you calling them niggas and you're saying that you're not a black person, that's a slur to them. That's like a white person calling them, because you're saying that you're not black because you have a great grandfather who is white. So that would mean that, like, you wouldn't say that you're black, so why are you saying like nigga to them? And they feel in some type of way about that. And then you saying that you don't like black women and you go in on black women, but then you turn around and say that you're not black. So I mean, to what you're doing, kind of the same thing. And then like yesterday, you was like, oh, I'm not really on that. Like, I don't battle no more. I don't have debates and stuff no more. But like right now, just because like somebody in the chat said that you're gay, like now you're talking about like pulling up, like, and I understand, like,
Well, no, I said like normally I would say that I would pull up on people,
right,
but I'm not on that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I feel you, yeah.
and like I said I wish the best of them for their soul and everything. You know, I chose to take the high road instead of, you know, getting disrespectful, like I fuck your bitch or something like that. I've done that before, and I'm honestly done doing that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Hello. Yeah, hey, hello.
Yeah, this Erica.
Hey, hold on. This is the person in the chat, Ryan. Go ahead, Erica.
Hey, Ryan, I just wanted to say something. Now, I done heard you you were very disrespectful, slick disrespectful. Yesterday, you said a lot of stuff, and you said a lot of stuff tonight, and you know you slick disrespectful. But when somebody says something or come after you, I didn't see anybody calling you gay in the chat. I think you got it mixed up. They were saying that the guy that you was talking about in some movie was gay in real life.
Oh,
I don't think that they were calling you gay, but
okay.
you were real disrespectful. Remember, you was calling people, you know, women hood rats and all of that.
Hold on, sister.
You can't. Then you talking about pulling up somebody's house. Pull up somebody's house.
Hold on, Ryan, because she on the phone. Go ahead. She on the phone. Go ahead.
Pull up and get fucked up. That's not anything that you should be putting out there.
All right.
About pulling up the people home.
First thing I want to do, if that person in the chat wasn't calling me gay, I apologize to that person fully.
Hey, hold on, Ryan. Hold on. Can you hear him, Erica?
Yeah, I can hear.
All right, go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah. First thing, all right. I thought the person was calling me gay. That's why, like, you know, I was saying what I was saying. But if that wasn't the case, I apologize to that person fully. My bad. I took what they were saying the wrong way. So I basically scrapped everything else I was saying before. You know, but in addressing what you're saying, sister, like, if the shoe fits, I'm gonna call it what it is. I don't go around calling all black women bitches. The only people I call bitches and hood rats are the people who fit that term. So people who's walking outside with they bind on their head, people who's wishing death on you, trying to get you killed, people who's talking trash about your family.
But hey, hold on, but Ryan, like, what did Kerry Washington do to be called a bitch though?
I mean, this bitch is laying around in the caves and stuff with crackers. You know what I'm saying? Not only that, she's also a fag, and and that shows in the roles that she takes. So That's why I call her a bitch. She's not pro-black. She doesn't care about the black community, and none of these black celebrities do. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm so, relaxed and cool with calling them bitches, because the shoe is fitting. You know what I'm saying? I don't go around calling people like Francis Chris Wilson or Shahrzad Ali bitches. I'll call people bitches who I see as bitches. You know what I'm saying? Which is in regard to the hood rats and disgusting black females like that. I'll never show respect to a black female who's not a good person. That's just never gonna happen. Like, if you're a hood rat, if you fit any of the things I described, I'm gonna call you a bitch, and that's how I'm gonna be until the day I die. I'm gonna call someone a hood rat. I'm gonna call them a bitch, and that's just how it is. I'm not gonna hold my tongue for anybody.
Ryan, you got a lot to learn, and I hope that you make it to be my age, because this is not looking good. That's not funny. It's not looking good.
All right.
You're only 22, so you got a lot to learn. And that's all I just have to say. Sometimes you have to be quiet and listen to other people. You got a lot to learn. This ain't looking good to you as far as the attitude goes. But that's on you.
Yeah, much respect.
That's all I had to say for, because I'm about to get off the line. I'm listening though.
All right, thank you. I'm glad you called in, Erica.
Yeah, much respect to our sister too. Much respect to our sister too. But at the end of the day, I'm never gonna, not talk how I talk. Like I said, how I speak is how I speak. So if someone is acting like a bitch, behaving like that, I'm gonna call them that. I'm gonna call people hood rats who are doing hood rat things. I'm gonna be very disrespectful, because they're not respectful to anyone else. They're not respectful to the men that they're with when they're physically abusing them or verbally abusing them. They're not respectful when they're out here, because some of these women be molesting young boys, you know what I'm saying, and turning them out. You know what I'm saying? So for black females who fit all of those things I just described, I'm not gonna call them queens. I'm not gonna call them good names. I'm gonna call them exactly what they're acting like, bitches. You know what I'm saying? So I'm as much as the sister is saying I'm putting out negative energy, like, my question to her would be, where is this energy for these women out here that are doing the things that I described, that are raping kids, that are verbally abusing men, that are abusive to men, that are not being righteous mothers, that are sending their kids out into the streets, where they'll turn into gang members or turn into dysfunctional people. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's all I really gotta say though, because I'm finna get off here.
All right, and hey Ryan, and let me say this, and then I'm gonna let Alquan go, and then we'll wrap it up. Ryan, and I appreciate you definitely coming on here. And then but you was like they'll call me and Alquan coons for saying like black people, like, you don't, when all I said was you don't know if somebody has a white person in their lineage.
Right.
But do you also think like would you call a person a coon for saying that? Like, do you think that yourself personally?
For saying everyone's mixed, no, I would never do that. Right. I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, I wouldn't take it personally either if you say
yeah.
But, I feel you. But I'm saying, do you think those same people would say like you identifying with the one white person over the 7 black people? Like, do you think they would call that being a coon though?
I don't have to say I think. I mean, they've done that to me before and blocked me over telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a matter of like, do I think they would do that? They have done that to me. You know what I'm saying? Right. And at the end of the day, I'm gonna stick true to what I know as a truth, and no one's gonna, force me to agree with them. You know what I'm saying? So,
but my thing is like, if you don't want to say you're black, like, you're not the same. Are you the same as a black woman? I mean, I know that you're saying like somebody who's an actual black woman. Are you the same as them, or are you different?
Wait, hold on, man. First, okay, hold on. You just said a black woman. All right, well, automatically,
African woman.
I'm a male, so I got different genitals, different DNA. So obviously, I'm different from any woman. We don't have to just
No,
say
I'm
it.
talking about like I'm the same as a black woman. My mom is black and I'm black. I'm the same as my mom. I didn't say we were like I'm a female, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying we're both black is what I'm trying to say.
Well, yeah, obviously I'm genetically different, and that's another thing I want to talk about too, briefly. Like, I hate when people go around like say for instance, like for Tommy Sotomayor, something he talks about a lot is people's criticism for him. Like they'll be like, "Oh, your mama black, your daughter black," and he's just like, "What does that have to do with anything? Like my daughter and my mother are not the same as this black chick over here." And that's something I don't like with people too, when they talk about folks dating outside their race or you know dealing with women. They want to talk about like, you should go get a woman that looks like your mom. And I agree with them. It's like, no, dude, like why I go get someone that looks like my mom? I don't want to fuck my mom. Or like even myself, like folks will say you should be with someone who looks like you. It's like, I'm a man, why would I want to be with someone that looks like a man? And just to kind of wrap that up, yeah, great analogy talking about how crazy would it be if a black boy was dating a black girl and she asked him why he picked her. They said, "Cause you look like my mama, you act like my mama." Like no one thinks of how fucking sick and insane that is, and that's one of the reasons I rock with that, brother. Cause that whole concept where people are like, you gotta respect some stranger, some black stranger, because they quote unquote look like your mom, which honestly doesn't make sense because all black people don't look the same. Like that's freaking insane.
Right.
And
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
yeah,
cut you off. I'm just saying, like, because that wasn't gonna be my question. My question is like, why do you have the smoke for the pro blacks if you're not pro black, and why do you have smoke for black women if you're not black? You should like really save that self for like what you multiracial people, right? You shouldn't have that kind of smoke for a black woman. It should be for a multiracial woman, right?
no, because we're in the same space. You know what I'm saying? Like we're in the same space, and it's hard for us to avoid each other. Like with me being a rapper, it's inevitable that I'm gonna be around African women. You know what I'm saying? And black women. You know what I'm
But
saying?
I'm
So
saying you're not that though. But you're saying you already saying that you're not going to deal with black women. You're telling black men not to deal with them. I'm saying you're not black though. You know that's what you say. Like I'm not black. So like, why do you have the smoke for only black people? Like you're multiracial. Why don't
all
you
right.
have
Let me
multiracial?
clear that. I don't have the smoke
Mhm.
for only black people, but I
Okay,
know
yeah, yeah. That was all I was asking.
yeah, that's the race I'm gonna come into contact with the most, and
Right.
my multiracial folks too. You know what I'm saying? But I honestly, like, I'm the type of person that will murk a black person and murk other races too. You know what I'm saying? Like kind of like how the gangsters in California do. Something I respect, and I completely disagree with what they've done with gangs, but gangsters out in LA, they'll kill another black person and also kill a white person. Like I'm the type of person to do that. Like I have smoke for everybody, but since I'm gonna be in predominantly black spaces, these are folks who I'm gonna have to deal with. And if I see some BS, I'm gonna step up to the plate and call it out, because I know that black men and even other multiracial dudes won't do it. So if they not doing it, it's like, why don't I call it out? You know what I'm saying? But I got smoke for everyone, man. Like
Yeah.
I got smoke for every race. I be calling people crackers and caves and all that, and that's how I'm gonna be until the day I die. You know what I'm saying? But I got smoke for everyone, bro. I don't got just hatred for black people or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying?
All right, yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. And I'm gonna let Alquan go now. But I was just saying because we only heard you say like that's why I don't mess with the pro blacks and that's why black women and stuff like that. Like we didn't hear you say like because there's multi races. I didn't hear you say like that's why I don't mess with women. Period. Because white women do stuff like that.
Oh
Mexican
yeah,
women do
yeah,
stuff like
and
that.
I wouldn't
They all
even
do that stuff.
I wouldn't even mess with a white woman or a Latina woman or other races, because they're a lot worse than black females. You know what I'm saying? And they have and to be honest, they're the creators of low vibration. You know what I'm saying? So it wouldn't make sense for me to say fuck black women. I'm gonna go save myself. I go to a European when it's like they created the problem. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely don't give passes to other groups, and at the end of the day, I feel like all this stuff that's going on right now, what everyone is dealing with, is the white man and his mama's fault. You know what I'm saying? The white man and his mother, because the white woman is the one who gives birth to the white man. So at the end of the day, it's their fault to me. So I'll never let off the gas pedal on them. I'll always hold them accountable. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I'm gonna hold black people accountable for some of the negative stuff that they do in you know, helping the European, like with what Summer Walker is doing right now. No one asked this woman to come out and cape for this Latina chick, but she's out here caping for his Latina over a black man. You know what I'm saying? So that's the type of stuff I'm gonna call out. But just to wrap things up, and like I said, I'm finna get off here and go chill, man. You know
All
what
right, bro.
I'm saying? What the heck was I gonna say, man? I completely forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, I have smoke for everybody. And I was happy, I guess, to be on here tonight or whatever. But I'm really finna go chill and you know go do something else, man. You know what I'm saying? But
All right,
it's
bro.
always like nice talking to you, brother. You know, and we need more people out here who's just not sitting around gonna insult people over opinions, and folks who's actually willing to have a civil conversation. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, I don't really have nothing to say.
That's gonna be hard to find on YouTube, man. Black
Yeah,
people, they love coming with the insults.
yeah, they do, man. They do.
Every time I'm on. See, I don't care. They
Right.
don't. But see, they keep coming with them anyway, thinking that I care, but I really don't. You can call me whatever you want to call me. Now let's get back to the facts.
Right, right. And much respect to you too, brother. Much respect to you for sure.
Thanks. You too.
All right, Alquan, yeah, it's on you. I'll answer whatever question you got.
All right, let me make a comment first. Now with Ryan Seeley, you think his great grandmother and him recognizing the white part in her is bad. I used to be on a Sudanese conference when it was all one country. You know, those people would say that they're Arab because they had one Arab ancestor from 1,000 years ago. Everybody else was African,
Yeah.
but they said that one Arab ancestor from 1,000 years ago is what makes them Arab. Can you believe that?
And I can't believe it. That's the crazy thing.
That's crazy. Now, let me ask you this. Matter of fact, let me try and ask you some questions I was trying to ask that guy the other day. But my man kept talking so much. That's another strategy they use too, man. They love over talking you, trying to confuse you, hope that you can't answer anything. But do you believe? Matter of fact, not believe. Do you accept that there are black indigenous people in the Americas?
And that was black. Are you saying like from? Because that's the thing I'm confused about. What y'all like? Is it from colonialism or forever?
Yeah, forever, before the white man even knew about this place.
I think there was black people way before white people came here, like thousands of years ago. But I don't know if they came from Africa or they was from here. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. See, a lot of the Pan-Africans, what they like to do, they can't deny the evidence, so they say, okay, yes, black people were here before the white man got here in slavery. That's a cop-out, but then they say, well, those people came from Africa. But see, that's how you catch them in a lie. Because if you accept that black people were here, I don't give a damn where they came from, Mars, Africa, wherever. If black people were here, that's the indigenous black people. They try to say, oh, they're not indigenous because they eventually came from Africa, which of course there's no evidence of that, but they just assume that that's the case because the white man said that all human life started in Africa and that's where everybody came out of. And I'm not arguing with that because that's where the evidence is as of right now.
And let me say this: I believe it, but like I said, I can't answer it. I don't know where the first person was at.
Right. I mean, you have cases of the Chinese and white people trying to manufacture fake artifacts or bones to say that their kind developed in Europe or in China. That was proven to be fake. So they know something because they had to manufacture the evidence. But I'll say this too. Let me ask you this, because once we know and once we accept, so we got people like Tariq Nasheed and peace out, Ryan, a few other people, even Seti, Sarasun Seti, who previously dismissed anything concerning the Americas. Even he now says Black people were here before European colonialism. Once they admit all that, what else is there to discuss?
But I'm saying, like, are you saying like they were just here just before Europeans, or are you saying they come from here?
Well, I mean, they came from here because, according to the white man, Black people were in the Americas 50,000 years ago. And according to the white man, the Mongol natives or Mongol types came here around 10,000 years ago.
Yeah. So how long? But how long? That was like the beginning of humanity, like 50,000 years.
Well, in the Americas, from what they can find so far, and it's
So
Black.
yeah. So like, if it's like, do you think it's stuff from Africa that goes back farther than 50,000, or that was just the beginning right there?
Well, no, that's for the Americas.
Yeah, I'm saying though, from Africa, there was people there before, right?
Yeah, but that's irrelevant though.
But I'm saying, how is that irrelevant if if it was people already in Africa, right? Like, and then 50,000, and then there wasn't people until 50,000 years, you know? So like, you're saying that just makes them indigenous? Like, couldn't they still have come from Africa if it was people in Africa before that?
Well, they could have, but there's no real evidence of that. But even if they had, that they were still the first human beings here. So that makes them indigenous to this place because they left Africa. If you leave your home and move to China and then you start a family and the family keeps reproducing generations after you, you're now Chinese now. Even because you're obviously going to be messing with a Chinese woman in China.
Right. Well, I mean, I wouldn't, but yeah, I feel what you're saying. Chinese was at the bottom of the list for me. So, but yeah, I feel what you're saying. But the point is, I think what they're trying to say is like, even if they were here before, like they still came from Africa. Though I think that's what like most Pan-African people are trying to say.
Right. And the only reason they say that is to save face and to keep up their routine of Africa is the center of everything.
So you think the first person did come from Africa, in your opinion?
I'm saying the evidence that the white man has come up with, and I keep saying that because that's what we're going by. We're not going by what Africans said. The Africans are going by what the white man came up with. So far, that's where it seems to lead, but they haven't really found that missing link from a Lucy to a modern actual human being. But we'll leave it at that. I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. And I think when you go too far back before written history, it's all speculation and imagination anyway, because you can find one thing and then you might never find nothing else. So you got to piece all together and try to imagine things.
Right. So let me ask you, you don't think, I guess they would be Africans, but Black people, you don't think they could have came up with technology to make a boat?
Well, that's what the white man says. He's always said that.
No, I'm just saying, like, what do you think that though?
Well, I mean, ancient Egyptians had boats. Phoenicians had boats.
So, I mean, so it would be possible for people to come from Africa to here.
Yeah. But here's the thing. The white man, in this case, a white-like man in Brazil, said that the Blacks who came here came from Australia. That's what he said.
Yeah, I don't know if they came from Australia or not.
Well, I'll take his word for it. He did the research, so.
Right. But, so did he also say they migrated from Africa, or they just came from there? Or they came from Australia, like originally? Right.
He said they came from Australia, but the Pan-Africanists they got to add the African part. But see, if you're talking people coming from Australia from 50,000 years ago, and then you want to trace Africa back, I'm guessing another 50,000 years ago, I mean, you might as well just stop. That's why I don't go with the Africa. That's why I just say black. That way you can understand you're dealing with black Australians, black East Indians, black Africans, and all that kind of stuff together instead of trying to put an African label on everything.
Right, I feel you. So, but why are you saying black? You including yourself and Africans in the same thing?
Yes, unless I say black American, then it's just black Americans who are not Caribbeans, who are not Africans. It's us.
Right. So, like, I mean, I know you are against it because I heard some of the videos you had, but you are in favor of working because we got kind of cut off right there. You are in favor of working with Africans, right?
Yeah, and I have worked with Africans, but I am not working with Africans in order to put them ahead of me.
Yeah, I wouldn't tell nobody to put anybody ahead of them, you know.
And I'm not working to build Africa up, even though I have some ideas. If I can get in contact with some people, I got some good ideas I like to share for a fee, of course.
Right. And I'll let you answer the next question. Go ahead.
Yeah, so now that we got that understood, that you accept that there were black people here. Can you
I never said they weren't. The only thing I'm confused about is the colonialism thing. You just saying they were here before white people or they were here, period. You know, like, because like I think y'all, when y'all say that y'all saying the first people were in the Americas, you know what I'm saying? That's what I be thinking y'all saying.
Right. That's what I just got through saying. That's what the white man says. Black
no,
people,
I'm saying, but I want to know what you're saying though. Like, are you saying like?
I'm going with that, and the evidence shows that the civilizations here, just like every place else, started by black people. Of course, if black people were the first ones around, it stands to reason that they would be starting up the civilizations.
Yeah, but I'm saying, go ahead, my fault.
I was just gonna say the white man. The evidence that the white man came last is because he was the last one to see the rest of the earth 500 years ago. That's how recent he had to explore the earth. That shows you how new he is.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, you just said like black people come from Africa was older, you know, like you was like, the evidence shows the same white man says the black people were in Africa first.
Well, a humanoid, yes.
Yeah, that would be us though, right?
Well, I mean, it'd be a humanoid. It could have been a one-off ape type of thing, or some type of species that no longer exists. Obviously, it no longer exists.
Okay, so you don't think it was like our kind of human species? It was a different kind of human.
Well, they got to find the missing link on that one. That's what they've been trying to search for the longest time.
Right. I mean, but I'm like, the only thing I'm trying to get clear on is like you're saying like that. So the African stuff, the stuff in Africa they found was not us. It was like some kind of other humans, and the humans that we are were here in America first.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Okay. I know what you're trying to get me to say. Like,
no, I'm literally trying, because like that stuff is like, that's the thing that confuses me, because I don't know if y'all was talking about colonialism, if y'all was talking about like, I don't, if what period y'all like, if you say
we're talking, like I said, 50,000 years ago. That's the period.
Right. So how long you think black people was in like the Africa? What was the first black like humans like us?
As far as I'm concerned, before any type of written history, whether it's with words or with pictures or anything else, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't care, because again, you got to speculate and imagine what people did and who they interacted with. That's why when you go with written history or some type of written record or something, then you can say, okay, these people did this, did that, and the other. But when you go too far back, I mean, that's like trying to go back to the dinosaurs and try to figure out who they went to war with. I mean, at some point in time, you got to say that's the cutoff point. Hello?
Damn, my bad. I was mute. So 50,000 years is the cutoff point?
Hey, that's what they estimate.
No, I'm saying, is that your cutoff point? Because you said like it has to be a cutoff point. Like that's your cutoff point. Is 50,000 years.
Well, my real cutoff, well, that's what they trace to the Americas, so that's the starting point. But
Well, I'm
again,
saying, is that your cutoff point because that's the when they trace black people here, or that's
Right.
just yours? But I'm saying, so why is that your cutoff point? Just because that's why? Because they said so?
right.
Okay.
And it's because they said so because they did the research. It's just like they say so with Ethiopia.
Right, but I'm saying I could have a cutoff point of 70,000 years and still go by what they say. Like I could say, okay, well, 70,000 years I was doing blah blah blah, like they said, you know. But
Right,
yours just stopped. You just pick 50,000.
Right, because then when it's beyond 50,000, now you're going back to Australia. And now you got to speculate on what they were doing, even though they do have stuff that's pretty old in Australia and cave paintings and stuff to kind of show you what they were up to. But then you got to piece everything together. And, you know, if people want to do that, so be it. But after a while, you got to go by what you can prove, not what you can think about.
Yeah, I mean, but you don't think they can prove anything past 50,000 years?
No, they have because it's in Australia. But in the Americas,
So why wouldn't you say you're from Australia then, not the Americas?
the same way that I'm not going to say I'm from Africa, or the same way that nobody else is going to say.
Yeah,
they're
that's what I'm
originally
trying to
from
figure out. Why is that your cutoff?
No, I just told you this because
Mhm.
there's no written history. You got to start speculating on what was going on.
I feel you. Okay. Well, it was written history 50,000 years ago.
No, there wasn't. There was just
So it's like
certain
speculation?
artifacts here and there, like cave paintings and stuff like that.
Yeah. So, but isn't it like artifacts beyond 50,000 years?
Yeah. But how do you relate those artifacts to anything else?
What do you mean?
And what I mean by that, I don't mean to say that they're not black. I'm just trying to say if you find like one of those Venuses,
Mhm.
how do you relate that to another people?
You
Or
said
any interaction of people's with that.
right.
Matter of fact, I could tell you this: the white man, since he does it, that should tell you that everybody else was black because he doesn't talk about anybody else.
Right. Right. Okay. Yeah.
That's another thing too. Matter of fact, I guess I could ask you this question:
Okay.
since Pan-Africanists agree, you hear them. The lady in the chat, Royale, or whatever her name is.
Yeah. Sister Raw. Just call her Raw.
Okay. She even said what Pan-Africanists say. We were worldwide. We're everywhere. But how come when it comes to the Americas, they can't believe it?
I think they do believe it. I think they're saying that they come from like the Africa predates that stuff. Like you just said, like that's why I don't understand like why are you so against them? Because you just said everything that they be saying. Like you said they had the technology to get on ships. You said that Africa is older. You said you only stop at 50,000 years because that's here. You know what I'm saying? Like because you said that's where they said you started here, but you can go beyond that in Africa, and they had the technology to travel.
Okay, well you answer for me. What is the civilization in Africa that's over 50,000 years ago?
I mean, you said there was.
I didn't say that. You said that.
No, hold on. It was civilization here 50,000 years ago, or it was just artifact.
I said that's 50,000 years ago. That's when they say that the first man appeared in the Americas.
Right. So, but you're asking me about a civilization, but you're not talking about a civilization.
No, but you said that in Africa, civilizations and artifacts go beyond 50,000 years.
Well, I mean, I was asking you, are there artifacts that could go beyond? You say, yeah.
No, yeah, there are artifacts, but there's nothing that indicate like a group of people or their interaction with another group of people, languages, and all that kind of stuff. You can't find that.
Right, but you're saying you can't find that 50,000 years ago here either, though.
No, 50,000 years ago. Matter of fact, they showed cave paintings too, just like Australia too. Matter of fact,
like 50,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And they don't have anything in Africa beyond 50,000 years that does the same thing.
No, they do.
So that's why I don't get it. You know, I'm not.
No, but see
understanding.
what I said before is you can't. There's no written history. So okay, if you find a cave painting or a carving or something, or that's just a one-off thing. It gives you ideas.
But why is that not a one-off thing about the 50,000 years ago, though? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Because they eventually populated the Americas and built civilizations.
But those people who predated 50,000 years ago populated Africa and made civilizations.
Well, they came from Australia.
So originally, the first people you think came from Australia?
No, the first people is from the Americas, according to the white man.
I don't understand. How are they the first people if it's 50,000 years ago and the stuff that
No.
I'm like, that's I'm lost. I'm lost.
The first peoples in the Americas. I didn't say on Earth.
I mean, if it was black people so you're saying African is older. That's all that like you're basically saying the same thing like the Pan-Africans say.
Right. But the difference is they want to make Africa the center of everything.
Right.
And I'm not trying to do that. Not because I hate it, but it's just concentrate on what you got.
Right. Yeah, I feel now we can have a conversation about that. I feel you on that. Like you and me personally, I wouldn't tell you to make anything the center but what you got going on. You know what I'm saying? Like if you feel like you should be here, because people had this conversation going back to the 1700s, 1800s, should we go back to Africa or stay here? And most times people elected to stay here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not against anybody staying here, but you know, like I just thought y'all was against the Pan-African stuff because y'all saying like, they predate us and all of this stuff, but like you just said they do, you know.
Right.
Like
I don't think anybody else going with the indigenous thing. I don't think anybody else would disagree on that. On what I just said.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm like, because I don't know, like
I mean, like the what people call abos. I don't think they would disagree with what I just said on that.
Right, but I'm saying like how could you just know for sure? Like, because it was like the brother earlier, you know, like how he couldn't know. How could he know that somebody doesn't have one white person in their family? Like that would make them multiracial, you know. Right. Like how could you possibly know that they didn't come from Africa if they had the artifacts and all the stuff that you said they had 50,000 years ago, but way before that in Africa? How could you say that they didn't come over here?
Well. And which ones? What people are you talking about? You talking about the Olmecs?
I mean, any people. Like a black person came here from Africa. How could you say they didn't? Like whatever you call them.
Well, number one, because most Pan-Africanists don't accept that. They only accept it when faced with that hardcore evidence that black people were here first. Then they're forced to say, okay, well, they must have come from Africa. Look at the braids and the hair; they look like Nubians. And all that kind of stuff. And I admit, I'm not gonna lie, I admit there are a whole lot of coincidences. However,
hey, hold on, because I don't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry. So hold on, you saying Pan-Africans say that white people came here first?
No. They say the Olmecs came here, and they probably came from Nubia. That's what some of them say. Some say West Africa, others say Nubia. But the culture, the style of the Olmecs don't fit anything in West Africa. They fit more Nubia, but then you got to ask yourself the question, well, how and why did somebody from Nubia decide to go west? And then west in Africa, number one, and then west in the Atlantic. And I think they say it, a lot of people say that it happened when the Romans took over. And I guess they were kind of trapped, something like that. They were trying to get out and all that kind of, that's speculation. Now, maybe the white man might have some more evidence on that. Okay, my man disappeared. Maybe the white man has some more evidence on that, but as of now, my man hasn't presented that evidence. So, you know, if my man presents that evidence, then we can get into that. So I guess the forecast will be back. I guess he just get cut off. That happens sometimes. But again, so I'm the only thing I'm against with Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, my bad. I'm button. It took my devices off. I don't know what happened on that. But that's what I'm saying. Like, that's my question, right? Because you're saying 50,000 years ago, you're speculating. So why is that speculation okay, but the African speculation is wrong?
Well, it's because the South American issue from 50,000 years ago, that's not speculation. They actually found the connection, the artifacts, the people, the bones, and the cave paintings that show black people.
Yeah, but you said they have that in Africa too, right? And it predates that, right?
Yeah, but that's not the question. That's not the issue, whether it predates it or not.
Right. What's the issue?
No, the issue is the black people were in the Americas first. That's the issue.
Right. Okay. But I'm saying is speculate, like what I'm saying is speculation to say that they didn't come from Africa just as much as a speculation to say they didn't, like, especially if you're saying they came before.
See, what I'm saying is, who cares if they came from Africa or not? Because we know they came from, well, according to the research, they know they came from Australia from 50,000 years ago. So if they can't, you want to trace back to Africa, now you got to go back probably 100,000 years plus the 50,000. That's just too far to go back and worry about. But if you want to accept that, I'm not going to deny that may not have happened. If it did, I mean, I don't really care.
So you could be African then.
Yeah, but if that's the case, I don't really care. I know this because there's not going to be any African culture, no African language, whatever that's supposed to be.
Yeah, but we don't have none of our language, like the native languages, the African language. We don't have none of that stuff anymore. We talking like most of us only know English.
No, the native languages exist.
I'm saying we don't have it.
Yeah, we do have it. Some of us do have it.
You have it?
See, now we're talking about me.
Well, I'm saying, do anybody you know, like what?
Yeah,
like,
some people I know. Yeah,
okay,
I know. Yeah.
Which languages? I'm not. I know you used to people saying this, but I really don't get into this. That's why I don't debate this.
Believe it or not, so you got to ask yourself. Some of us speak languages and teaching other people. Like my man Tyron, he's coming up with a TV show to teach the languages. Yeah, he already has the characters, the puppets, complete.
Which language though?
Probably his Muskogee language.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I was asking. I was just asking which language, you know what I'm saying? Like,
see, now you compare that to a Pan-African who has no language to draw from, no culture to draw from Africa. Instead, they just pick and choose what sounds good, which of course is always ancient Egypt, never Nubia, never Carthage. They don't talk about the Moors unless it's Moorish Science Temple. Moors, who I don't deal with because that's fictitious. So again, we just got to understand. With me anyway, it's not a battle of this team versus that team. It's a battle of what is real and what is not real. So we can keep on trying to tie everything back to Africa all we want to.
Yeah, but like you're saying, like there's like Muskogee languages, there's like Ghanaian or whatever, however you say it. You know what I'm saying? There are languages from Africa though.
No, none that we are familiar with.
But we're not familiar with Muskogee, like except for your boy.
But you aren't. But some
people,
no, I'm not. Some black people are.
I only heard you because this is the first time I heard your boy say Muskogee. Like I don't know, like.
Yeah, but I mean,
but
again, these are things that's being presented to you. There are things that people don't know because we hate to admit this, but most of our knowledge of this country and this world comes from TV shows, movies, and now the internet. We hate to admit that. It's propaganda put in front of us. That's why right now you have a team of people who are desperate. They're hating around the clock because they see the truth is getting out. So now their masters have told them, hurry up and keep reminding them that they're from Africa and dismiss all this native talk. They're desperate.
Well, because that's why I haven't even been trying to go hard or nothing like that. Because I'm not against taking your beliefs away. Because I just want black people to.
Well, I got to correct you right there. It's not beliefs.
Hey,
It's the actual facts.
but if I say, you could be from Africa, you say, yeah, I could be. You don't know. Like that would make it a belief.
No, I didn't say that.
No, I was like, you was like, we went through that whole thing. You know what I'm saying? I was like, so you saying that because you said you stopped at 50,000 years ago, and you said I was like, so they could have came from Africa, right? You say, yeah, they probably you didn't say they could have, but I'm saying it was a possibility.
No, you're talking about once they were in Australia, that they could have come from Africa to Australia, because that's what the story, the out of Africa theory says. It says that, it's funny how the out of Africa theory seems to get disrupted once they go into the so-called Middle East. But in India, that's fine. And other parts of Asia, that's fine. And we know, and a lot of Pan-Africans or Afrocentrists, they know this because they see the indigenous peoples of the lands were black with nappy hair or so-called African features. That's undisputed in most of the world, Europe, and throughout Asia. I think that's why the MG2 was asking some of those questions, because he was trying to figure out, okay, he knows that black people were everywhere. So where did these others come from? And it's clear that, you're dealing with some albinism type of situation. And when you look at the various Asians, you see various phenotypes. Well, you see it like an African type of phenotype on the one hand, or if you want to, big noses, flat noses, and the skin tones vary from black to white.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying, but like I don't know, because you like I said, like you stopped at you gonna only stop at 50,000 years ago, and you said beyond that it doesn't matter, No.
Let me make myself clear again. I said that the white man, in this case, the Brazilian man, I call them white-like because they're not really all the way white. You can tell by looking at that guy.
Right.
He says that the first people in the Americas came from Australia 50,000 years ago. They came from Australia to, I think it was Chile or Argentina, 50,000 years ago. So you can, if you want to, you can go back to Australia and see what was going on 50,000 years ago. But to my knowledge, doesn't mean that they didn't exist. I'm sure they had to exist at some point in time. If they had the technology to get a boat and travel from Australia to the Americas, I know they must have had some cities. It may not have been made out of stone or something, but I know they had to have had some cities. Because why else would they have a boat then that can take that kind of trip?
Yeah, so I mean, I understand what you're saying, but so you're basically saying well, I'm gonna go ahead and let you get to if you have any more questions, I'll let you get to the next question before I say anything.
Yeah, so let me ask you this. Do you think that the first people and the first civilization builders in Europe were black? Now, if you don't know, you can say you don't know. That's fine too.
Yeah, I think so, but I don't know. But I do think so. I'm not big on ancient history. My forte is from probably the 1400s on.
Oh, okay.
But I do think so. I would say, yeah. My answer would be, yeah, I think so.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that before 1492, that the white man, as we know now, he wasn't all over this planet?
No, yeah, they was in the Dark Ages in the 1300s.
Yeah, so by the time 1492 came about, which coincided with the defeat of the Moors, that's when he started breaking off and going around the earth, even though the Portuguese went there first. But those early Portuguese guys, if you look at their paintings, they weren't what you would call white. They're clearly mixed.
You saying that was black or mixed? They was biracial?
Yeah, mixed. But see, their mind, of course, was more European and white-minded.
Right. I mean, yeah, they was multiracial.
if you want to say that. But I mean, they qualify as black.
Yeah, that was a joke. That was a joke because dude said multiracial earlier, but yeah,
I was gonna go more on that, but with the multiracial thing, but I don't want to.
yeah, no, yeah, you could have said whatever you want, but but you do know, like, there was the doctrine of discovery, right?
What's that?
The doctrine of discovery, where the Pope issued and said, well, they can basically take lands of the savages and stuff. That was in 1452, not 1492. That was way before Columbus and all of that stuff.
Yeah, that must have been with the Portuguese, because they were the only one to break out.
Yeah, they were the ones kidnapping people. That's what I'm trying to say. They was the people kidnapping people from Africa before the 1492.
Well, I mean, kidnapping them and then doing what with them?
Enslaving them, killing them, raping them, doing what they wanted to do.
Enslaving them where
at? Sometimes they took them back to Portugal or whatever. Not here, not over here, not in the quote unquote new world or whatever. That didn't come until like the 1500s. Where they really start bringing people over, you know what I'm saying? Like that, the Portuguese anyway, you know what I'm saying?
Now, why? See, here's the big mystery. Why would you think that the white man would want to pick on the black man as a object of slavery as opposed to anybody else when they conquered other people's countries?
Well, that's the thing. Like, do you know, like here in America, like, well, first of all, there was some Vikings that came in like the 1300s, you know what I'm saying? That was the first Europeans, not in 1400. They was like somewhere in northern, like New York or like Canada or something like that.
Yeah, Canada, Newfoundland.
Right, but they disappeared, and then
I don't mean to interrupt, but you know what?
Mm-hmm.
They also show evidence that there were little black people there too.
I believe it. I mean, I'm not saying that it wasn't black people here because they were both. Mm-hmm.
And what I'm about to say next is going to sound stupid. I probably shouldn't say it, but
say it. Yeah, go ahead.
It's real though. Because you know the movie The Hobbit and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
That's based on reality. And what I mean by that, I don't mean exactly as depicted in the stories, but
right.
There were the hobbits and all that kind of stuff. There were, and trolls, those were black people.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say nothing. I don't know about that, but I mean, I wouldn't even be surprised though, like, to be honest with you.
Matter of fact, there's a video on YouTube. There's a guy explaining all that from years ago. Because that book, that story is really old. You know, The Hobbit.
Yeah, because I think all of those kind of movies and stories is based off something like that was kind of real, but they exaggerated and all that kind of stuff. So I ain't even gonna like go in on that. But
I see Erica Howard with this. That's why I didn't want to say it, but a guy was saying that, and then when I heard the guy talk, it was a white guy, by the way. So, you know, people like to believe the white man. Right. Once he was talking about that, I said, you know what? I guess that would make sense. You got the hobbits. Now, of course, they weren't that damn tiny in real life. And trolls under the bridge. And they said the little people had magic to the white people. That's the way it looked to them.
Right. They could have just been spooked out of some midgets. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like that's how it is, you know what I'm saying? Like, because they be making.
I was planning on going up to Newfoundland because you can go look online. They actually had the dwellings of the little black people that from before the Vikings came. Because once the Vikings came, they saw these people, and it's there. You can see it.
Yeah,
I'm not lying about.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't. Yeah, like I said, I can't tell you nothing about like hobbits and stuff, but there were black people here, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what I'm trying. Because you asked me like, why would they enslave black people and stuff like that? Like, you know, they tried to build like 5-6 civilizations here, like in like America, you know what I'm saying? But they failed, like a lot of times. Like they had to start eating like little white girls and stuff because they couldn't find food, even though it was like fish and berries and stuff all around them and stuff. And they literally could not build their civilization until they start bringing slaves in. And like, I mean, like, it's not really hard to see. Like, if a white person go to the beach on a nice day without sunscreen, they're going to get boils on their skin and probably die. You know what I'm saying? Like, of course they need you to get out there and work all day long picking the stuff. Now, we shouldn't have did it, but they can't do that. It would kill them. And they tried.
Let me ask you this question. You said they needed to bring slaves from Africa, people who they didn't know what they could do. but they needed them. Now, what about Macau, which is in China, former Portuguese colony? What about Hong Kong? What about Australia, New Zealand? And what about Africa itself? How come they didn't have slaves to build these places up that they took over?
What you mean? Like Europeans?
Yeah, how come they didn't bring African slaves to build these places up?
Like you do know like they didn't really conquer most of Africa and most of the world until like after like the 16, 17, 1800s and stuff.
But whatever they conquered, how come they didn't bring black slaves?
I mean, to bring black slaves to like Africa and stuff.
How come they didn't enslave Africans, number one? How come they didn't bring black slaves to Hong Kong, Macau, Indonesia, any place like that to build those places up? Vietnam.
Europeans or Asians?
Yeah, Europeans. How come they didn't bring the Africans?
I mean, first of all, was their market based off like their economy based off like tobacco and cotton and stuff, or other kind of things?
Whatever's on the land, all types of stuff.
Like, so hold on, when first of all, when did they are you saying Europeans build up Indonesia and stuff?
Yes, parts of it, and Hong Kong, Macau.
So when did they do this? Wait, like what time period?
I think it was like 1600s, early 1600s, mid 1600s.
Mm-hmm. And what was their economy based off of?
Well, I know when the French had Vietnam, they said that was the richest country in that area.
Right. And they like you don't think they did that kind of stuff to the Vietnamese people?
No, the question was, how come they didn't bring enslaved Africans to build these places up?
Well, you said they didn't bring enslaved Africans over here either.
But I'm asking you a question. How come they didn't bring enslaved Africans to build these other places up?
Well, to me, they were bringing enslaved Africans like where they went, but
you can't say to me, you got to have the evidence on that one.
Right. But I'm saying, like, I don't know about them building up. I can't tell you them building up Indonesia. What I was talking about was how they built America and their economy and stuff. I don't know about how they built Indonesia.
Right. I hear you. But the question was, how come they didn't bring African slaves to Hong Kong, to Macau?
Mm-hmm. So hold on. How
come they didn't bring them to Arabia, Lebanon?
To do what? To like pick cotton and stuff? To pick cotton and stuff?
To do whatever had to be done. That's slaves do.
Because what I'm trying to say is they tried to enslave their own people. They would not have enslaved black people in America, or whether they brought them from Africa or America or not, if they could literally do the like pick cotton, or before it was cotton, it was the tobacco that they was making money. That's how they got their money. That's why they started doing it. In America here, they didn't have slavery the same way in the early 1600s. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't the same thing. Black people came over here off an indentured servitude, like where they could get freedom for a short period. You know what I'm saying?
Well, since you want to take it in that direction, how come they didn't bring indentured servants that were African to these other colonies around the world?
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm pretty sure slave masters brought their slaves with them. But what I'm trying to tell you is, like, you're trying to say, like,
I'm telling you they didn't. So you got to tell me why they didn't.
Because what I'm trying to tell you is they built their economy. They had the slaves because they couldn't do labor outside in the sun. Now, is their economy based off stuff that you have to do outside in the sun, or is it about?
Now, my man, you're kind of jumbling things now.
No, I mean that's kind of an ignorant question. I mean, why didn't they bring slaves? Like, can you prove they did it?
The answer is ignorant, but the question is not.
I mean, the question is kind of irrelevant.
No, it's very relevant, and that's why
you're telling me. So that's why you're trying
to dodge answering it, because you know.
I'm telling you the answer. You asking me why did they have it here, right? That was your first. Why didn't they bring it over there, right?
Right.
why they had it here, because they wouldn't have had.
No. I didn't ask you.
Listen to my answer. You're not even listening. That's probably why it's not making sense.
Yeah, but I don't want you to confuse the issue.
All right,
I don't care about why they had it here, but people say
because
that
what I'm trying to tell you is they would not have had it here. That's why you like, why didn't they bring it here? They would not have even bought it here if they could do the labor for themselves. So if they had an economy where they didn't need to have people working outside in the sun, then they would not have needed, because they didn't want to bring black. They wanted to use poor white people to do it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, so that's the excuse for them not having slaves in Hong Kong, Macau.
So hold on, there was no black slaves in Hong Kong?
No, where are they at?
Where are they at? They didn't bring any slaves where they went to.
No.
And hold on, are you trying to say European? Hold on, are you saying European white people, or are you saying Asians?
European white, the British, all the Europeans, all the various Europeans in their colonies around the world, in Asia.
All right. And they didn't enslave. All right. So what did they build their economy off of?
Whatever is local, even gambling in Macau, gambling in Hong Kong, cocaine, tea, all types of stuff.
So it wasn't. So they didn't need them to like. They didn't need nobody to like work in the fields and stuff, right? Outside.
Well, I mean, that's how they got tea. And from Sri Lanka.
So hold on, the British was out there picking cotton, or however they get tea. Like they was out there doing that.
Listen, my point is.
So hold on. No, you're saying why didn't they bring them? Who did they have doing that if they didn't do it?
The locals.
So they enslaved the people that were there, right?
Well, not really. You wouldn't call it slave. You could call it forced labor or pay or work for food. But the question is, how come they didn't bring African slaves to do it?
Well, because you just said they had people over there doing it.
But they had people over here to do things. But they
that's your argument, right?
But they supposedly say, okay, fuck this. Let's go way to Africa, and hopefully we can grab some people that we don't know and bring them way back out here. What kind of sense does that make?
I mean, I don't know. So you don't think they brought people to the Dominican Republic either?
Now we're confusing the issue, but
no, that was just another question. You don't think they brought slaves to the Dominican Republic either, or they didn't?
I don't think so. Slavery.
Okay.
You can enslave people. You don't have to import slaves.
Right, and then and you don't think they caught diseases and a lot of people died and stuff?
Nah, but I'll tell you this, and you can check this out. You can verify this. Mm-hmm. Now, they call these people so-called indentured servants, but I call them slaves because they really didn't have too much of a choice. If they said no, they were going any damn way. Everywhere the British went, who did they bring with them?
Who?
East Indians.
And they enslaved East Indians?
They were called indentured servants, which is another word for slaves that's treated a little bit nicer.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. But that answers your question. They didn't bring them because they brought East Indians, so they didn't bring Africans. They brought East Indians.
But see, now here's how it gets complicated.
Okay.
Why did they bring East Indians to the Caribbean to work if they had African supplies?
I mean, they probably didn't care who they bought. Like, I mean, it's not like they was like, okay, like let's.
You see what I'm talking about when we try to get at the truth.
No, I mean, not really. I'm not trying to. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Like,
I'm trying to say
black people weren't the only ones that was colonized, though. Like, I don't care about nobody.
That's my point. Is why would they bring slaves from Africa to the Americas, but not bring slaves from Africa? Now there's the east coast of Africa that you can get slaves from and have them work out in Asia.
But do you know why they bought? What do you know why they bought slaves? Like the slaves that they bought?
You tell me. I want to see if we're on the same page.
Well, first it depends. Or here in America or the Caribbean?
In America.
In America, well, here, like I was saying, here in America, they had the 20 and odd Negroes and all of that stuff, and they wasn't really bringing a lot of people in the early 1600s. They was even talking about ending the slave trade until they invented the cotton gin, and they needed a lot of people. Now, like you said, like there were people here that were already black that was enslaved, and I never denied that. You know what I'm saying? So that's first and foremost. But yeah, they did definitely bring people here legally and illegally. They had to pass laws in America about why they had to pass laws in America to stop people. They called it piracy. You know what I'm saying? Like, and people went to court for this stuff. It's like court documents the same way. Like if somebody read a court case from a Kyle Rittenhouse case 100 years from now, and they brought them here because at first they tried to use poor white people, but they could keep up with the labor. Then they started distinguishing between white and black, you know, during the people say the that raid in 1682 when they started distinguishing black and whites, because they was bringing white people over here. They were sending their criminals over here too to do the work. It wasn't just all black people. That's why I'm like, I don't understand your question. Like, why didn't they send enslaved African? They most likely did, and they most likely colonized the people there, and they used, like you said, East Indians. You know what I'm saying? But here they were unable to sustain, like, because tobacco was the only way that they were able to make money, because most people, they was ready to give up on this colony a lot of times. Now stop me if I'm not answering your question, because I don't want you to say I'm like rambling and nothing like that.
No, I hear you. You trying to evade the question, but I hear you.
I mean, all right, ask the question directly and I will answer it directly then, because I'm not trying to evade it.
Okay, because you know you're talking about what kind of crops they were dealing with, which is not really relevant. It's about
it is relevant because they could not do the work. Poor white people could not go out there. They would die. You know what I'm saying? That was the point. They started getting more black people. You said they didn't bring black people in. Okay, they used more black people that were already here because they tried to use their own people. You know what I'm saying? But the poor white people couldn't pick cotton. The poor white people couldn't pick tobacco. They had to use people with melanin in their skin to block the sun from the sun.
But didn't they have Mongol-style natives?
Mongol-style natives?
Yeah.
Yeah, they tried to enslave them, but most of the time they just slaughtered them because, like, and not all people, like, because like black people here, because it was black people here that was fighting back. It was them kind of people that was fighting back. I don't talk about them because they're not my kind of people. But
again,
yeah,
what you're reciting stories that have been told to us by the white man. That okay, these natives they were too weak to work.
50,000 years is a story recited to you by a white man.
Yeah, but we're talking about this one. We don't want to confuse the issue right now.
Oh, okay. Yo, the one that you believe is cool, but the one that I
no, you can write that down, and we can go back to that. Even though I thought I settled that 50 million times, but
no, but you saying that what I said comes from a white man, but what you said comes from a white man too.
Right. And if you notice with me, I make it clear that we get our information from the white man, because the white man is the one who was writing these histories, including African history.
So why do you diminish it when I said, and then you say, oh, that's what the white man said, but then when you said, oh, well, the white man said, you know, that it got to be true, but when I said, well, the white man said it, so you know it's
I say that because if you think that what I'm saying is a bunch of BS, I'm letting you know that it came from the white man, so you got to accept it then. Or at least consider it.
I don't got to. But I ain't say what you said was BS though. Like you said, what I said was BS because the white man said it.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is this: if he has, see the crops, it doesn't matter what the crops are. But his lie was that the Mongol style, because that's who he tries to tell us, who was here on the East Coast, Mongol style Native Americans, they couldn't deal with the heat, they couldn't deal with the exertion, even though they were building shit and running through the woods and all this kind of shit before the white man came here. But all of a sudden they can't work now. But yet in 2021, they got these Mongol styles coming here by the hordes.
But I'm saying it's a difference between running in the woods and working on your own and being forced to work 12 hours straight all day long in the hot.
But see, now you're doing what they do now. Now you're making excuses for the white man.
How is that an excuse? Are you like you can go on the beach right now? Are you telling me a white dude can go on the beach without
No,
cream
no,
on his skin,
I'm not talking about. I didn't say nothing about a white
or
man.
a mongoloid can go on the beach all day without putting someone like a person who doesn't have enough melanin in their skin? Then
How
they
the
could go to a beach
mongoloids?
without having putting sunscreen on
Yeah,
and not catch blisters and stuff.
mongoloids got coloring.
All right.
I mean, and today you look in all East Coast, Midwest, you got these Mexicans that they've been drop shipping here like crazy. What are they here to do? Are they here to chill? No, they're here to work.
Right.
How
I
come?
think.
So how come they
Okay.
can work now, but they couldn't work in 1492?
Oh, I think Mexicans. Well, I don't know. Like, I think Mexicans probably was working too back then. You know, they was just they got colonized too. You know,
But see, now we're making excuses again
what's an excuse? It happened.
because
What,
you
what are you
said
talking about?
I think that they were working.
But they were then. I mean, you like
Now there's evidence that they were. See, that's what I'm saying.
huh?
You said now that they were
The
working.
slavery that was in Mexico. That's what there was slavery in Mexico. You know that, right?
Yeah. Now who were enslaved?
Well, I think like the darker skinned people, like Mexicans are like whatever. I think to me, Mexicans are like a mulatto class people. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not, but I'm not no expert on that. But I
Okay.
think they're like a mulatto class people. You know.
But see, the difference is, see, I'm telling you what I know. You're telling me what you think. And what you think is based on what's going to make Pan-Africanism look good and look plausible. See, that's what we got to get out of.
I know there was slavery in there. So you telling me they didn't enslave Mexican people? Is that what you're saying? They didn't colonize Mexican people? That what you said?
This is what I'm saying.
So they did colonize Mexico. Now I'm saying that question: did they colonize Mexican people? Did they enslave? They didn't enslave Mexican people, according to you.
Actually, the evidence shows that they did not. They enslaved clear-cut, you want to say African-style people.
Black people. You can say black people.
Yeah. And you want to talk about slavery from Africa in Mexico, they did say that Napoleon did bring some Sudanese. Now, I don't know if that's Sudanese. It's probably most likely Sudanese. Well, they had Egypt at the time, so I was going to say it's most likely Sudanese from West Africa. But they did say Napoleon did bring in some Sudanese slaves into Mexico.
But Napoleon was in the 1800s, though.
Right.
But they colonized Mexico in the 1500s.
Yeah, but Napoleon, they did go into Mexico, though.
Yeah, like Herman Cortez. I know he went to Mexico. I'm not saying he didn't, but I'm talking about before him. Like Cortez and them, how they destroyed most of those empires down there.
Right, and what they were doing, that was a black situation versus those Mongol style. Mongols sided with the Europeans because they wanted to get rid of the blacks. That's on the record.
So there was no Mexicans at the time?
I'll say, you want to be technical about it, I'll say no, because Mexico didn't exist as a nation.
So why are you asking me about them enslaving Mexicans if they didn't even exist?
You brought it to Mexico. I just brought up Mexicans today, that they're working today because they're Mongol-style Native Americans. That's what Mexicans are. That's why I brought them up. They're working now. So how come Mongol-style natives couldn't work in 1492?
Because you said they didn't exist.
I said Mexico as a nation didn't exist.
Mexicans. See? I'm talking about Mexicans, people, the kind of people that we would call Mexicans.
Sir, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I'm a master debater. You can't put one over on me. I'm just trying to tell you.
I think that's a problem. You're so worried about me putting something over on you. I'm literally just having a conversation. You're kind of tricking yourself right now. Because this is not even my field for me to put it over on you. Like, I'm asking you right now, like, because I couldn't say, okay, there was Mexicans and blah, blah, blah. I'm asking you. You just said, no, there were no Mexicans. But then I said
there was no nation of Mexico.
But the people that we would classify as Mexicans, what would you call them back then? They didn't exist, or did they?
Those are the Mongol-style Native Americans.
And they did not put them to work.
They imported some slaves, according to the white man, Napoleon. And there were black people there, too, by the way.
So they did enslave black people.
Yeah, but they didn't necessarily import them.
I mean,
But my point is not black people. My point is the original point was how come the European didn't bring African slaves to the other colonies in the Eastern Hemisphere?
well, you said because they had slaves there already.
They brought them in later.
They brought who in later?
Indentured servants, East Indians. I'm talking about when they first got there. How come they didn't? If they, matter of fact, I like what you just said. They had slaves there already.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
That's what happened here. They had slaves here already. That's why they didn't have to go to Africa.
Right, and I agree that they had people here already, but they did bring people here.
So you guys are stuck on that, man.
Yeah.
If they had to go to Africa for that long ass trip, how come they didn't do that for the other colonies?
You saying for the Indonesia and stuff? Why didn't they bring African
Asia,
people?
Australia, New Zealand, all these places.
Why didn't they bring people? Like, well, I think,
fact,
like I said,
even if you didn't want to go to Africa,
mhm.
how come they didn't even bring the Melanesians into these other colonies for slavery?
Well, the slavery in those colonies, like I said, like if they're manufacturing something that they don't need slaves, because they wouldn't have brought Africans here if they didn't have to. That was
let me ask you this. Does Jerry Jones, you know who Jerry Jones is?
Yeah, the owner, football owner.
Yeah. Does he go out there and play football?
No.
Does he go out and cook the hot dogs at the stadium?
No.
Does he manage to turn the lights on and off at the stadium?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, so he has to get somebody to do that, right?
Right.
So when these rich people come over to Hong Kong and set that up, they got to get somebody to work it, right?
The rich people come over to Hong Kong.
Right, and they the British.
Right.
They go to Hong Kong and build that up. They got to get somebody to build that up, right?
Well, it depends when you're saying, because they wasn't rich at a certain time. Because we were just saying how they came out the great they had the depression and stuff. When they sent Christopher Columbus wasn't rich when they sent them.
No, I said the British. I said the British in Hong Kong.
But the British, okay, the British was going to places looking for gold, so because they.
But now listen, once you get number one, you got to have money in order to get out and explore the world. That's number one. Once you get your first colony, that's money. By the time they got to Hong Kong, they're already rich. The bottom line is.
Well, when did they get to Hong Kong? Tell me that.
Let me get you the exact date.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it ain't gotta be exact, because I don't know. Because
just like I gave you the example with Jerry Jones. Let's see, history of Hong Kong. Set up.
Now let me ask you this: if Jerry Jones could get the best athletes, like, of course we can't say because we can't. Well, I think he's racist, but you can't say he's racist or not. But would you think if Jerry Jones could get a football team full of white players, he would do that so he wouldn't have to get a black player?
No, because the black guys are better.
I know, but I'm saying if he didn't have to.
They say 1841 is when they got it.
When they got what?
Hong Kong.
That's what I'm saying. You're like talking about stuff that's mad late. Of course, they got money by 1841.
Yeah, and that's my whole point with Jerry.
But how did they get the money from originally, though? How did Jerry Jones get his money originally? Like,
it doesn't matter. That's not the point. The point is,
if they got their money from slavery, then yeah, it's the point. Like,
okay, yeah, okay. Well, let's roll with that. If they got their money from slavery, how come they didn't bring those Africans to Hong Kong
in 1841?
Yeah.
By 1841, they had outlawed the slave trade. Number one, you know what I'm saying?
No, they didn't.
Who? The British?
And
the slave trade?
The British still had East African possessions up until the 1960s. So they could have taken
the slave trade. I said the slave trade. Not them owning the colony. They stopped the slave trade. I think in the 1830s for the British.
Okay. Well, how come they didn't take indentured servants from Africa?
No, I'm saying like that. All that stuff was over with by the time you're talking about. But at the same, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like,
No.
mhm. But they wasn't supposed to bring, because you know the ship that I told you before, right? That the last known slave ship in America, that was 1850. Oh no, that was 1860. My bad. That was 1860. But slavery, they banned the slave trade in America itself in 1808. So I'm saying you keep saying stuff in 1850s and stuff like that. Like, I
Yeah,
can
because
see
I'm talking Hong Kong. I ain't talking about the Americans.
but they didn't have their money already. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, they
Yeah,
already.
but what do you mean? Just because you have money, you don't need slaves anymore?
Well, apparently not. Like,
That's
they.
why. That's why I asked you about Jerry Jones. Who does he pay to turn the lights on and cook the hot dogs? He's not doing it.
So they're
If this
slaves.
were the 1800s, they would have been slaves. But you got to pay them now.
All right. I mean, I don't kind of get what you're saying.
No, you get exactly what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying you really think I'm trying to like trick you or something. Like, I'm just having a conversation with you like right now, because I don't know. Like, you really talking like, I'm thinking you talking in the early, like before the slave trade was even banned. Like, why would they not ship slaves over there? Well, it was banned already by then.
Okay, let's even roll with that, because we're not just talking about the British either. We're talking about all Europeans.
Right.
So how come they didn't bring these Africans to these different spots? And and the Portuguese got Macau and China in 1557. See, now I'm coming up with the dates now for you.
Okay. You said, why didn't the Portuguese get what?
How come they didn't come with some African slaves? Because the Portuguese are the people that you guys always
the Portuguese was kidnapping people.
Right. How come they didn't kidnap them, bring them to Macau to build that up?
Macau?
Yeah, that's in China.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Well, like, to me, I would say they was, but like you saying, you got proof they didn't.
See, that's the thing. You can't say I would say that they did. You
But
can't
so
say
hold
that.
on, you can prove they didn't
Yeah,
by saying that where they are now.
right. Because we're supposed to be here, right?
Wait a minute, hold on. Is it a lot of black people in Arab countries?
No, this is China.
No, I'm asking you a question. Are there a lot of black people in Arab countries?
Yeah, because they're the indigenous population. That's why.
No, a lot of black people died
That's
off
what
because
they-
they
that's
double
what they-
castrated people. Though.
That's what
That
they
didn't
tell
happen
you.
either.
Those were the Turks. See, you listen to these other guys on YouTube. They're just a bunch of
I'm talking about
propaganda.
Arabs.
Now the Turks castrated people, the black males for their harems. The Arabs didn't do that.
So what are the Turks? Are they black people?
No, those are white people. White people and Asian Mongol mix.
Well, Arabs are white people technically.
No.
They're
The
Caucasian.
original Arabs are black. That's
The
why
original-
those.
I think
why-
go ahead.
So you keep saying I think.
No, I was about to say I think the Arabs are mulattoes.
Well, shit. Now a lot of them are because they mix with those Turks. You go back and you keep seeing the pictures of the Turks, you'll see that they look exactly, the mixed kind look exactly like the so-called Arabs of today.
Mm-hmm.
But the original Turks were Mongol Asians, and then they had the red-headed, blue-eyed white people. Matter of fact, when I was on the other guy's channel, I showed him a picture of Osman the Great, and he
So
tried
you
to
saying-
downplay
okay.
his blue eyes and red hair. I said, man, I know you got eyes. You can see the man got blue eyes and red hair.
Mm-hmm.
So why are
And
we
what
playing
is-
these games?
Right. So the Turks were white people, right? That's what you said.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay. And not like, because like I said, I would have called them Asians, I mean, not Asians, but Arabs, you know what I'm saying? And that's but like, you probably right on that, I don't know. But like you're saying, like they enslaved, so you saying they enslaved black people and double castrated, it wasn't the Arabs and stuff.
Right. It was the Turks.
Right.
And
And so is it so scratch the Arabs and the Turks. Is there a lot of black people like where they are?
Well, yeah, because I mean they're originally black lands, and the original Arabs were black.
But I'm saying if they double castrated, how did they reproduce?
You think they got them all? They castrated the guys who were in charge of the harems.
They only castrated the guys in the harems?
That were in charge of the harems because they didn't want those guys to do their thing with the women. That's why.
Yeah, they did that over here, but they didn't castrate so they did not castrate slaves over there.
Well, the man in charge of the harem was a slave.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean. They didn't castrate everybody, just only those particular groups of people. It may be like somebody who rebelled or something.
Right. Well, they just don't want the guy to help himself. Even if the guy had a harem of 10,000 women, they were just that greedy that they're like, I don't even want the guy messing with one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was under the impression that they castrated slaves as a form of punishment and all this other stuff. That's not true.
Nah.
Okay. Only the people in the harem.
Right. That were in charge of the harems.
Okay.
And they did castrate some guys. This is a Turkish thing, not an Arab thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, I ain't making no excuses for Arabs. They got their, I don't care. Like they probably I call them the dirty Arabs.
Now, I understand a lot of people don't know about the Turks. I mean, I can understand that because everybody keeps fixated on Arabs, but they would make the eunuchs and they would make them dress them up. You can see videos on YouTube now. They still do that today. Afghanistan and the Turkic countries.
Right.
They castrate a boy, have him dress up as a girl and dance, and they do some gay stuff with them. That ain't an Arab tradition. That's a Turkic tradition.
Yeah, I hear you, but I don't know, man. Them Arabs be doing some wild stuff, like the ones that I've met anyway. I don't know, but I don't know. That's a whole nother thing. I don't know. Like I can't tell you about the Turks and the Arabs and stuff like that. But what I can say is like there ain't a lot of black people in those areas right now. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Because
but there were slaves over there. That was my only point. You know what I'm saying? Because you were saying it wasn't slaves somewhere. I forgot like what was the whole point.
My point was if they took the time, and I'm gonna say it again, if they took the time to go all the way to Africa from the Americas to grab slaves going back and forth, shipping millions of people, how come they didn't go to Africa and grab slaves to ship them out to Asia and the South Pacific?
But you're saying this stuff happened in the 1850s and 1860s, right?
Now you're trying to confuse the issue again.
No, I'm asking you, when did this stuff happen? Because I gotta ask you the time frame.
See, you playing those games that they play.
No, because like you know the Civil War and stuff.
But what was the last day that gave you? I said that Macau, the Portuguese took Macau in 1557.
In 1557, and they brought no black people.
Right.
And how do you know that?
Do you see the black slave population in Macau today?
In Macau, China, I don't know because I don't really know about Macau.
Of course, they're not there today.
Yeah, I don't know about China, but you said they enslaved the people in that area, right?
Well, I said they put them to work, not necessarily slavery.
And then they eventually brought more slaves over, right?
Well,
indentured servant.
Yeah, that's with the British, with the East Indians, and they brought them.
So they did. So they did eventually. They enslaved the people that were there, and they still brought more people over.
Again, man, I didn't say that. You said that.
No, I'm asking you. You said they brought. You said the British.
I answered you, and then you suggested another answer that I gave.
No, you said the British, right? The British brought more people.
Again, I like you, my man, but I'm just saying you can't play those games with me. I'm just saying.
Man, see, that's your problem. You think everybody is out to get you. You can't have a regular conversation with somebody. I don't care. I ain't got nothing to gain because my whole lane is I already proved my point when you said, okay, yeah, I will work with Africans. That was my whole point. I'm done right there. You know what I'm saying? I just said I'll answer some of the questions, you know what I'm saying? And I don't have the most knowledge on the whole history of stuff. I just know stuff from like the system of white supremacy. That was my lane, you know what I'm saying? And the stuff that happened mostly here in America.
Who's this guy? Who's this Marcus Garvey too?
Oh, he's a good brother, man.
Unnamed sources, intangible sources. These people always think they're master scholars and stuff. Why don't you get on here and see what you can do?
Yeah, and I ain't saying I'm no master. I'm not saying I'm no master scholar, but that's what I'm trying to say. Stop trying to think I'm trying to get you, bro. Like I ain't got none to gain from that.
When I answered clearly, then you switched the answer around.
What you said, so the British did not bring anybody then.
See,
I'm
now
trying to understand what you're saying.
I made myself very, very, very clear.
No, okay, British, they didn't. Okay, listen, they didn't bring anybody in the 1500s, right? No, they didn't, right?
CJ says I talked to this Marcus Garvey too before. I don't remember talking to nobody like that.
Yeah, he be
Oh,
on.
that's that MG2. Oh, okay.
Yeah, MG2. Yeah, that's MG2. Yeah, he be on.
That guy got some nerve. My man come up here asking me some questions, or asking both of us some questions, and then trying to form it and tell us how we're gonna answer it.
Well, look, I can look. If I wanted to be like you, I could be like, "Oh, I see what you're doing. You're trying to deflect to something else." Because I'm trying to ask you a question to get hurt. Because I'm not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? Because I know it's not like that. I know you're not doing that. You know what I'm saying? But that's kind of what you're doing. You know what I mean? But, so okay, in the 1500s, right? I'm trying to understand what you're saying because like you come all over the place. Like the 1500s, you're saying the British did not bring somebody to the place that you were talking about, right? They didn't bring Africans and black people, Africans to the place that they was talking about, right?
Let's talk about Macau.
Macau. They didn't bring Africans.
No.
Right. And you saying they did, so they enslaved and like colonized the people that was there, right?
I have not read any evidence of that, but I'm sure they put them to work either by paying them a small amount or persuasion. You know, they you know.
All right, I got you. So all right, so they didn't but
and they did not take black people from the South Pacific or any other indigenous Asian country and put them to work. So again, since they did not do that in the Eastern Hemisphere, why did they do that over here?
Right. So the British did not bring the Indian people that you said they didn't bring them over there. I'm asking you. You said they did not do that, right? Or they did?
See, I just
come on, like
talk,
see, no, like
you can't. No, I'm not tripping up. I stay the course. You're trying to trip me up, which can't work.
Oh my goodness! I mean, how am I trying to trip you up when I'm asking you what you said?
You heard what I said. I just got through talking about
the Brits. So okay, I heard
Portuguese. You heard me say
the
British a half hour ago.
The British brought people over there later, right?
They brought people to their colonies in Asia.
Right. So, but you say, okay.
Now you,
okay, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
East Indian indentured servants, but they also brought them to the Caribbean and their South American territories.
But that ain't got nothing to do with what you asked. You said, right, they brought them over there later. Then you asked me, why didn't they do that here, right? But you said they enslaved the people that was already here, right? So they could have brought them other people over, the Africans over later, just like they did the Indian people to the other place you was talking about, right?
I mean, that ain't what I was saying, but I can go with that too.
But that's all I was asking you. You keep trying to say I'm like tripping you up. That's what I was asking you.
Okay, but we over complicated the issue. The point was
because you're saying but my whole point was like you saying like why would they bring them over here if they had people already enslaved? Like over there, they already had people to do the work, but they still brought people over there later to do the work, right?
They weren't enslaved. Why did they bring East Indians, black people? Yeah, that's right. There, but they didn't bring anybody else over there. How can they bring the Africans with them? They had African colonies that they could have gotten the Africans from.
Okay.
And then when they went to Africa,
but they brought black people over there, right?
Like a South Africa,
why did they bring black people?
Hold on, they brought East Indians with them in their African colonies.
And those East Indians are black, right?
Yeah.
So they did bring black people over there later, even though they already had people.
See, now you're playing the game.
That's what you just said. That's what I'm trying to understand because you're trying to you literally just said that. No,
I said, how come? Listen, see, you can't wear me down. I'm gonna wear you down before you wear me down.
It's not about that. That's why you want to get worn down because I'm not trying to wear you down, and I'm not going to get worn down because it's a conversation. I don't know. Like how many stuff I said I didn't know. I'm asking you questions because I don't know what happened in China. You know what I'm saying?
You say you're asking me questions, but you're making a whole lot of suggestions.
Yeah, but you just said they brought black people over there. You just said they brought East Indians, and I said, East Indians black. And okay, so they brought black people over there.
How many
so why didn't they bring black people over there? Well, they did bring black people over there.
See, now you misrepresented what I said.
Well, say it again clearly, please.
I said, how come they didn't bring Africans to their Asian holdings or even back to the Caribbean?
Because they brought other black people over there. That's why.
See, now you gave me an answer that I didn't give.
No, that was my answer just now. Why didn't they do that? Because they brought other black people.
No, but the question was, how come they didn't bring Africans Africans.
Because they brought other black people, just like you saying here.
No. I said Africans from Africa.
And I'm answering you. They did not bring Africans because they brought East Indians who are black.
No. I said, how
Goodness,
come?
what do you want me to say?
I said, how come they didn't bring the Africans? How come they didn't bring? Okay. Since you want to play this game, how come they didn't bring the East Indians to this country to work?
Because they brought the Africans. How about that?
Okay, so you're playing games.
I mean, you literally. I'm repeating what you said, and then you said I'm playing games. That must mean that you're playing games. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm literally having a regular conversation. I don't got nothing to lose. You already proved my point. My point is like, would you work with the Africans? Would you work with the Africans?
I would.
Okay, that's all I care about. I don't care where you say you come
I
from.
don't know, man. When we're talking about the South American thing, for some odd reason, you want to keep trying to tie that back to Africa.
No, I was trying to answer your question. You asked me why didn't they bring Africans, but you also said they brought black people over there anyway. That's why I'm like, what are you talking about?
No, I didn't say anyway.
No, I'm saying they brought black. You said they brought black people.
No, how come they did not get the Africans though?
Oh my goodness.
Did they not take slaves from Africa before they captured India?
You said did they do what?
I said, did the British not take slaves from Africa or any other European? Did they not take slaves from Africa before they captured India?
Yeah, from what I understand, the Portuguese took Africans from the west coast of Africa first in the 1400s.
And the Portuguese had colonies all over the earth. How come they didn't ship Africans to these other colonies from the east coast of Africa to Asia?
Why didn't they ship Africans to those countries? They ship, like, let me ask you this, because like to make it clear, right? You're saying that because you said it earlier, you and the African is both black, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying, everybody doesn't agree with.
Huh? But I'm asking, but you agree with it, right? I'm asking you your opinion. You think you are African, a person, and you are both black, right?
Part of a general black group, yeah.
I mean, yeah. So I'm gonna say yeah. So do you think Europeans look at a black group differently? Like you're black, or you from Cameroon, or you're from America, or you're from here, or do they just see a black person?
Well, I think given the way that they treat Africans in this country, obviously they see a difference.
So why is like their country so like used and abused and stuff like Haiti, how they exploited Haiti, but you said they like I understand what you're saying about how because I don't totally disagree with you about the how immigrants like get like you're gonna say like they get benefits and stuff, right?
Well, I mean they can basically do what they want to do in this country without worrying about being shut down.
Right. But they could get shut down in their own country though. That's like, you know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. Like they could get shut down in their own country, like because they don't really care about a black person. They just care about the resources and stuff.
Well, I don't know what you're saying, but again, this doesn't really answer the questions as to why they refuse to ship Africans to their colonies.
Because they are. If you call yourself a black person, number one, you said you could possibly be African from what you said, because you said 50,000 years and they could have possibly been African. And I asked you, and you said possibly. Then when I asked you later, you said that's not what I said.
That's all irrelevant, though.
It's relevant right now because you're saying why didn't they ship Africans, right? But you also said they ship black people over there. That's what I don't understand.
No.
Like
See,
they said they ship black people and black Africans are black. You're black.
When I say Africans, and you know what I'm talking about because we're talking about transatlantic slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't they go to Africa and get black people from Africa to these other colonies? The question is pretty clear.
Oh my goodness. Because they sent other black people over there.
Not in the beginning.
Do you know when, like, and I could like tell you this, like, do you know when most of Africa was actually colonized after 1880s, like 70 or 80% of Africa?
But does that make a difference? Because obviously they grabbed slaves before they colonized these countries, right?
Huh?
I said, does it make a difference? Because they obviously grabbed slaves before they colonized the countries, right? That's what you guys say, right?
Yeah, from a certain part.
Yeah, so what difference does it make?
But you're saying they did ship black people over there. That's what I'm saying. You're saying, oh, well, black people are not Africans. But you also say Africans are black.
My man, let me make it really clear again.
My goodness, bro. Like, I think you're trying to be funny or something. Because, like,
you're trying to be funny, but you're not. It's not working with me because I trust me. You don't know me, but trust me, you'll want to commit suicide after you're done talking to me. Trust
Well,
me.
I want hope. All right, so because I ain't got that long, so I want you to go ahead and make me want to commit suicide, please. Go ahead. I'm asking for it.
That's all I'm saying. Once
I
again,
want. Please go ahead, do it.
once again,
Because what you're double talking. You said first. You said why wouldn't they do this? But like why didn't they ship people? And then you turn around and say they did ship black people. But then you said why didn't they ship?
no.
But
See,
you
you're
also,
substituting the word African for black.
okay. Is Africans black people?
I'm talking about
But
Africans.
I'm asking you, are Africans?
I'm not talking about black people. I'm talking about Africans because the colonies that they took
So
included
Africans. So you don't think Africans are black people?
That's not the question. That's not the.
Oh my God! Like they took black people. You said I'm not. I talked about Africa. Africans are black, right?
I specifically said Africans, not black people.
Africa. So okay, Africans aren't black then.
If that's what you want to accept, then you
I'm
can accept
asking
it.
you. Is that what you're saying?
I'm specifying Africans as opposed to East Indians.
And why? Man, that's what you said. They did ship them. Why didn't they ship? I mean, they see black people as the same, bro. Like, do you think a white
No,
person?
that's what you said. I didn't say that. I said they don't see them as the same.
They don't see black people like they don't like terrorize them in their countries and take over their countries and all that kind of stuff. They don't do that kind of stuff in Africa.
Do they do it in India? Nope.
I said Africa.
Africans are black, right?
Yeah, they are. That's what I just said.
Indians are black, right?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure there are black Indians. Yeah.
Okay, so if they don't do it in India, then that means they don't treat all Africans or black people the same, right?
Well, they do that to everybody. They do that to Asians, like Europeans do. They do that to everybody.
But the bottom line is, you have no explanation as to why they didn't ship these Africans.
My explanation is because you said based off what you said.
Now you don't have to have an explanation.
My explanation is you said they shipped black people over there already. That's why they didn't ship Africans. And why did they ship Africans over here? Because they whatever. And I agree with you that there was already black people here. Like I said before, you know what I'm saying.
See, here's what it is. See, another part of the fallacy of the transatlantic slave trade is that people think, oh, well, Africa is over there, so all they got to do is get in a boat and come over here. Well,
say what? So
people always think because the west coast of Africa, that's where they supposedly took the slaves from, because that's the most likely spot. Take some slaves from places you don't know, never been to, go to the Americas. But the east coast of Africa, the Portuguese had pieces. British had that.
Right.
So how come they didn't take those Africans and ship them to Asia?
But you said well, first of all, again, you said that happened in 1851, right?
But the
they outlawed it themselves by then.
But the so-called Arabs were supposed to have pulled the Africans from the east coast of Africa and took them to Arabia, right?
You said the what?
The so-called Arabs were supposed to have taken Africans from the east coast of Africa and shipped them to Arabia.
When did that happen?
I'm saying that's what you guys said.
Oh, I don't know. Like I don't know about it because that was like kind of left field to me just now. When did that happen?
No, well, you said that about half hour ago.
I ain't say nothing about Arabia.
When you start talking, and I switched it to the Turks.
The Turks, yeah, you was teaching me about the Turks, remember?
Yeah, but you were talking. Yeah, I did that because you were talking about the Arabia.
Yeah, I said Arabs. I ain't say Arabia. I said Arabs.
Right. That's where they come from.
Oh, you said they was double castrating slave. You said like, hold on, I'm lost now. Say that. Say what you saying again.
Nah, we can move on to that. But the point is, the Portuguese, they had Oman. So there was a slave trade. I know there was a slave trade with Oman and Zanzibar in Africa.
So the Arab slave trade existed.
Well, the Arabs were black that was doing the slave trading.
But it existed.
Yeah.
But the transatlantic slave trade with the people who are white did not exist.
Oman is real close to Africa.
I said, so the transatlantic slave trade that had Europeans, that not black people, that didn't exist. But the one with black people did exist.
Well, with the Omani or the Zanzibari slave trade, we have pictures of the Africans on the ships.
Hmm.
We got the slave ships on those.
Right.
Where's the slave ships over here?
When are those pictures from? What years?
I think they were like the late 1800s.
Oh, okay, I ain't see them junk. I gotta look that up.
So if they got that out
Mhm.
there, you know they had cameras out here.
They didn't have slave trading in the late 1800s here. That's what I'm trying.
No,
You
I'm
know,
saying
you
there
have-
should
you-
have been a slave ship preserved, so we
So
can
they-
see it.
do the
You
other
know,
place?
you,
Do
you
the
know
other
how,
place? Mhm.
you know how old photographs go back?
It go back to when?
I think it's the early 1800s, like 1830 or something like that.
Okay, so when did the slave trade end in America?
I guess it's supposed to be 1865.
No, that was slavery. I'm talking about the slave trade, like them banning people from bringing people over here. Do you know when that happened?
Actually, I don't.
That was 1808. And it was illegal. They made it piracy. They made a law to ban the slave trade in 1808, right after the Haitian Revolution.
Okay, so I guess you're saying that to say that that's why there are no slave ships?
No, you saying why there's no pictures, and you said the pictures started in what 1830s,
Yeah.
and the slave trade was banned in America in 1808.
That's what you said.
That's the law in America. There's a law about that. Like, I mean, it's the same way. It's the same thing as the Civil Rights Act. You know what I'm saying? Like the 18, it's more real than the
Yeah, but
Emancipation
that's why I'm asking you the
Proclamation.
question. Are you trying to say that that's the reason why there should be any pictures of slave ships over here?
Well, they didn't. That was outlawed by after 1808,
Okay, well, let's say,
and it was a cargo ship. You know what I'm saying?
how do you know this?
That's what they was called, like, in the records and stuff.
Okay, cargo, but what was the cargo called?
The cargo was slaves.
Okay, so is it a cargo ship or a slave ship?
Well, to me, it was a slave ship, but to their records, it would be a cargo ship. We was cargo to them,
Okay, well, I'm sure if the cargo was identified as slaves, people will call it a slave ship.
right? But I'm saying, you asking for a picture from something, right? But the
No. Listen closely.
I'm listening.
I'm asking you,
Right.
just because the slave trade ended in 1808, are you saying that's the reason why there are no pictures of slave ships in the 1830s or beyond that?
It was against the law.
No. Hold on. This is
That
against
would
the
be
law.
like
Hold on. It was against the law to take a picture of a slave ship?
no, having a slave ship, transporting slaves was against the law. It was piracy.
Okay, let me ask the question once again.
Mm-hmm.
The slave trade ended in 1808, you say, right?
Mm-hmm.
So by the time the photograph was created,
You said it. Hold on. When was the photograph? You said 1830 something.
yeah, the 1830s.
Okay. All right.
So,
Go ahead.
so you're trying to tell me that that's the reason why, because the slave trade ended, that's the reason why there should be no photograph of a slave ship or a cargo ship that carries slaves.
Is that the reason why? I mean,
I'm asking you.
I mean, it would be pretty stupid to do that. You know what I'm saying? And then
No. See that now we bringing in speculation now.
no, would you take a picture with some crack?
Listen, now we're bringing in speculation. A lot of people take
it
pictures
was
with guns.
illegal, man.
A lot of people on Facebook take pictures of crack, guns, and every type
and
of
they get
thing.
locked up too.
Well, it doesn't matter. That's the risk they take. But the question is, so you're trying to make an excuse.
The excuse was the cameras was created after the slave trade ended. I got you.
No. The excuse was you said it was illegal and they would have been fearful of taking a picture because you asked me the question: would people take picture with crack? But people
I was just trying to be funny, you know.
All right, so can you please answer the question? Why don't they have pictures of slave ships?
Man, why would they have pictures of slave ships? Number one, number two, like, do they have pictures? Do they have pictures of slaves?
That's what I was about to ask you.
So slavery didn't exist either?
No. I was about to ask you. Do they have pictures of slaves?
They have pictures of former slaves that I saw. I don't know no one of the slaves.
Well, I saw pictures of people who were actual slaves.
No, yeah, the people who were slaves but not doing like the dude
No,
who
no,
got
no,
whipped on
yeah,
his back.
no. During actual slavery, they had people.
Oh.
They had pictures.
And what year was this picture from? No, I'm curious because I ain't never seen that. Like, I want to see it. You know what I'm saying?
You could just do a search. They got them all over the place. See that you can find all over the place. But when you
Okay,
want to
I
find a
got you.
slave, when you want to find a slave ship, you can't find that nowhere.
Well, I could find a bunch of court cases that they put people up on court cases behind it. I can do that. And let me ask you this, right? Do you think they had interstate slave trading, like from state to state in America?
Yeah, for whichever ones it was legalized in.
So do they have ferry boats that will take a slave from Virginia to like New Orleans or something?
And hey, it depends on if there was a state, that it was illegal, and they probably wouldn't be able to make it or without being checked.
No, they were able to like send a slave boat from Virginia, a steamboat. You know what I'm saying? Like, would that be like, since they're transporting slaves from there, there's no picture of that, but you can agree. Do you agree that it exists? That happened? Like, they would send somebody from like Virginia to like North Carolina.
Well, no, I'm saying, you give me that scenario, so I guess that scenario could happen.
Well, I'm saying, do you think so? Like, do you like they didn't like send them on boats and stuff? Like, send slaves on boats, like from interstate slave trading?
Well, I mean, it's not about what I think. I don't like going by what I think. I like going by what can be proven.
So, what I mean, there are records of slave ships that you don't believe. I mean, but even though there's like
see, you said I didn't believe them.
So you do believe that there was
no? What I'm saying is, show me the goddamn records. That's what I'm saying.
There are court cases. I told you one of them.
Then you got to show me how come the records exist but not the ships. Show me the records that say that these ships were destroyed because slavery ended or because we don't need them anymore.
They were right on the paper. Oh, we're going to destroy the ships because slavery ended.
Okay, now where's that at?
I'm asking you. They will do that.
Well, I mean, that's what all you guys keep saying. You keep saying that the slavery ended, so they had to destroy the ships because they didn't need them anymore.
Okay, but my point is, right, like, if you can understand how they can have ships, but I don't have no picture of an interstate slave ferry taking slaves from whatever to whatever, but they transported slaves on the ship. Now, didn't they? I can't show you the boat now, can I? But you can agree that exists.
I can't, because I don't even know what you're talking about.
I said interstate slave trading that you just said. Okay, I can see how that can happen.
Yeah, I said it could possibly happen depending on if another state that's in the middle has it outlawed. Then there might be a problem.
Well, Virginia, Richmond, like where I'm from Richmond, Virginia. It was one of the highest places for slave trading, and they used to send people here from like the James River, send them down. Like they used to take them like all down south. You know what I'm saying? They were slaves on ships. But do I have a picture of it? But you can believe that. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
okay, why do you believe it?
Huh?
Why? How come you can believe it?
I mean, because it's like documents and stuff.
Now, let me tell you this. This might be even more interesting for you and the people listening. You guys can't come up with these slave ships. You got documents that you claim. And speaking on behalf of the white man, I might add, because he's not coming up with all this stuff, but you guys are. Now, let me ask you this. The Roman takeover of, let's say, Egypt and Libya. How do you know that happened? Hello?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed the last. I had to use the bathroom. I'm sorry. I missed the last thing you said. But the one thing I did hear, you said, freaking on the white man, of course. But you also said that you got your information from the same white man that.
Oh no! I said you guys make excuses for the white man.
But you do too. Like if I talk about, well, your history goes back past 50,000 years. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Then you like, no. A white man told me 50,000 years. Like we was here.
No. I just said I'm not dealing with beyond 50,000, but if you wanted to, then you go to Australia for that.
But who told you that? A white man, right? That's what I'm saying.
Right. I always preface what I say that the white man said.
But don't say like I'm taking up when you're doing the same thing. That's all.
No. See, I don't make up stories to defend the white man. That's
what stories did I make up? It's the same thing. Like how they told you that black people was found in them. They had, but the difference between what you have and what I'm saying is you can go back, just like in the state of Virginia, right? A case that happened in 1920s or something, you can go look up right now in the Virginia Congress Library, wherever it is. You know what I'm saying? Like a court case that happened today, you could look up 50 years in the future, and they have court cases where
Right.
people have been charged for illegally bringing slaves on ships.
Okay.
But you're saying that doesn't exist. But you're also saying that something
didn't say that.
50, but you just said, what proof do I have? You said my proof is something about the white man, you know?
No, because earlier you were talking about pictures. Where's the pictures at? How come I don't have the picture?
Well, you said where's the picture? Like,
okay, well let me ask the second part.
you can't. You like I listen to what you say. Like
Yeah,
now
but
I'm starting to see you be projecting. Like
Nah,
that's
nah,
now
nah,
I'm starting
nah.
to see
You
'cause,
can't-
like
you
people
can't-
don't answer your questions. Like
No, you changed it around a little bit. But anyway, the other part of my question was,
I'm gonna have
how do you-
fun. Right?
how do you know that the Romans took over Egypt and Libya? How do you know that?
How do I know the Romans took over Egypt and what?
In Libya.
Because they are in control of this stuff right now. That's all I know.
No, what proof do you have?
The fact that they can tell all of us to get a shot and we can't do nothing about it, and because it ain't no civil, because it ain't nothing you can control right now. They took over.
What are you talking about? Shot.
I'm trying to figure out what you talking about. The ancient
I'm talking
Roman.
about ancient Roman and
why
taking over Egypt and Libya. How do you know that they did that?
Who said that? When did I say that? When did I say that?
I didn't. When this is a new thing I'm bringing up.
Okay.
How do you see? You keep thinking about what I'm asking because you're trying to come up with an excuse. You just have to answer. That's all.
I answered you. How did I know that they took over?
How do you know that the Romans took over Egypt and Libya? How do you know that?
How do I know? Okay, because who is in power right now?
So you're giving me a bullshit answer.
Well, that was a bullshit question because that ain't had nothing to do with the conversation. So I'm giving you a kind of answer that you gave me for a question.
No. You see, I don't want that. I
don't want a bullshit question, but you gave it to me. I gave you the answer.
Whatever the answer is, that's what I want to hear. Whatever you think it is.
How do I know that they took over?
Right. Because you heard that Romans took over Egypt, right?
Eventually, I guess.
So
I'm not I'll answer your question and stuff, but I'm gonna be clear. I ain't no Egypt major and all that kind of stuff. Like I don't be talking. You never heard me talk about Egypt, but I'll answer your question though. But
okay, if you don't know how they did it, how do you think other people know that they took it over?
Because people documented what happened.
But a lot of Roman documents were destroyed because
But they can see who's in charge of the areas, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, but so-called Arabs are supposed to be in charge of Egypt now.
Arabs are a mulatto people. Arabs won't even. I don't think Arabs existed back then. Were they? Did they?
But the question is, see, you're talking about now.
But you keep bringing up, but that's what I'm saying.
I'm talking.
Like,
no, what it is, you keep thinking too hard. That's what it is. Don't think.
You're trying to throw a trick question in there and trick me up
I don't have trick questions.
But you said something about an Arab when I asked you.
I didn't say.
So what are you talking about Arabs?
I didn't say nothing about an Arab. You said that who's in control now, and I said Arabs are supposed to be in control now.
Well, I said Arabs wasn't existing back then, were they?
But I'm not talking about Arabs. I'm talking about Rome.
But you said Arabs, and I said they didn't exist. You said Arabs are in control now. I said because they are in control. You said Arabs are in control. Well, Arabs didn't exist.
Yeah, I didn't bring up Arabs.
So I'm talking about who was in control then? Romans, right?
That's the question. How did the Romans take control? How do you know the Romans took control of Egypt? Or how does anybody know that the Romans took control of Egypt?
The same way people know that China is taking control of places in Africa.
And what way is that?
By what they're doing, the land that they own, the people that are running it. Like,
but how do you know that if you're not in Africa right now?
Because there are documents.
What are the documents?
Huh? Like I said, I'm not an expert in this, so I can't tell you. But they document.
Well, I mean, sounds like you must be an expert because you're telling me people know because of the documents and the way China is in Africa.
Right.
So,
how
you know something.
Right. So how did you know that they did it? Like, how did you know? Because there was documented history, right? Is that how you knew?
No, I'm asking you about
because it's documented history. Is that how you knew?
No.
How
gonna
do
tell
do
you. I'm gonna tell you how this all ties into the slave ships.
that? Okay, go ahead. Because I'm lost right now. I ain't got nothing to do with it.
That's where I was going with it. And you trying to scramble your mind and trying to figure out where I was going. But
Nah,
the,
you funny. You funny, bro. I'm enjoying it because I was supposed to get off a minute ago, but I'm enjoying this.
I hear you.
Bro.
You can go to Egypt today and see the Roman ruins.
All
That's
right.
how you know that they were there.
Okay,
When it comes to this transatlantic slave trade,
so wait a minute. You can see
we need to see the goddamn ships to know that it happened.
Man.
We can't see that. The only thing they say is black people being here is the proof that it happened. But black people were already here, so that's not the proof that the transatlantic slave trade happened. You see where I'm coming from?
Not really, because
I think you do. I think you do, but you're like, damn,
No, 'cause you
I
already
ain't got no comeback for that.
no, because you already said that like they had like you believe that interstate slave trading happened. You know what I'm saying? Where they ship people from like Virginia to like New Orleans and stuff. When somebody selling us, they were listen. We're on the thing. I know you're trying to cut me off because it's cutting you. I know you're trying to cut me off.
No, it ain't. See,
They were on.
You trying to change it.
Listen, they were on boats. It's the same kind. That's why I keep saying because they were on boats. They would ship them down on boats. But
okay, let's stick with that. Let's stick with that.
Okay, so that didn't happen either. Interstate slave trading did not happen.
Listen. So where are the boats at?
Huh? So it didn't happen.
So where are the boats at?
I mean, they cargo ships. Like, what are you trying to say? Like, they had to hold one in the museum.
Talking about what am I trying to say?
Yeah, where are the slave ships? So you saying that didn't happen? Because like it's documented. Because when people like they have documents, but you won't believe the documents. They have documents. And I said that 100 times.
How you gonna tell me I don't believe the documents?
Because I said they would have court cases and shit.
Okay, now
like they had court cases. You like, how do you know?
Listen, do all these documents and court cases add up to millions of people?
Who said? I didn't say millions of people.
No, that's what we would have to see if the documents prove this.
No, I didn't say millions of people.
Okay, well then that's what I'm saying. You can't really talk about that then. But when it comes to the Roman taking over Egypt, you see their presence.
But you see their you see there were but you see their presence.
No. The presence are the things that the Romans built that still stand.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to this transatlantic slave trade, we should see the main thing that was supposed to be running it. And that's the goddamn slave ships. Matter of fact, the so-called slave forts, those aren't even forts. And people have been lying about that, calling them slave forts, slave dungeons.
What are they?
The goddamn military forts. That's why D. Durrell never came back to my channel, because we got him on that. He said, fuck it, I give up.
He said, I don't know who D. Durrell is.
That's a Pan-African. Matter of fact, he represented himself the best out of all of you guys. The best.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. But I mean,
now you know if the master goes down, nobody else can deal.
No, not really, because I heard some better Aboriginal people than you. But you know, I wouldn't call. No, I was just messing. I was just playing with you, bro. I was just picking with you, bro. But
see, man, when I do my thing, I try not to confuse the issue because I know other people are going to try to confuse the issue.
But you have been confusing the issue because, like, every time you jump around, you say one thing, then you be like, "Oh, I didn't say that," and then you literally said it like 5 minutes before that. That's why I'm like, what are you talking?
See, I don't jump around. That's why I stuck with
you. Literally jump around. You say, "Oh, why didn't well, why didn't they send black people? Why didn't they send Africans over there? Well, they sent black people over there. Well, they didn't send Africans though.
No, you forgot to add that you said, well, everybody's black. All of them are the Indians are black, the Africans are black.
Who said? I didn't say everybody is black.
That's what you were saying, because I was saying Africans.
When did I say everybody black? What did I say?
Okay, here we go again. I ain't going back.
No, go ahead. Tell me what I said if I said everybody black.
No, people could rewind this. They got this.
Please rewind and tell me why I said everybody is black. I said they sent black people over there. And you can't bring it up because I did not say that. That's why you gotta say
I kept specifying Africans, so you said
I know black. I know I said black people, and then you said no.
Try to confuse the issue.
And I literally just said what you said, and you said no just now. Like you just did the same thing again.
Right now,
why did they send Africans, but they did send black people? Like what Africans are black people to you at the same time?
Now I appreciate you taking the time to try your best, But as you can see, trying to tangle with me is a hard task, man.
Not really. I mean, like, this isn't like no, this not necessarily. Like I said, I already got my point. You say you willing to work with Africans. Like, that was my whole point with you. Like, I'm just kind of entertaining, like, cause like, you know, I don't mind talking to you, my brother. Like that's why I keep saying, you keep trying to say I'm trying to get you. I'm not trying to get you. Like, but like, it do get like kind of frustrated when you say something, and then you come back and say, no, I never said that. Like,
yeah, because
you know,
I didn't. You clearly have been injecting words that I didn't say.
but
And
okay. For example, because everybody hearing this stuff. Everybody hearing it now. Like before, you said,
and you're not the only one that does that.
Every time I do that, you cut me off because you like to say people cut you off because you telling the truth. And every time I say something, you start cutting me off. You know what I'm saying? But like I said before, when you said, why did they send black people in the 1500s? Right. And then you eventually said, well, they ended up then sending black people later. And I was trying to use that to compare because you said, why would they not send black people here when they already had black people here? But if they already sent people later, why wouldn't they send people later here?
You called them black.
I
called
did.
them I called them African.
Are Africans black?
See?
Are they? I'm gonna ask a question. Are they black? Because you won't answer questions. You be like, see, look what you're doing.
I told you I specified Africans from Africa.
Are African?
And Indians, I didn't say East Indians that are black from Africa. I said Africans from Africa.
I know, but you said the East Indians were black, right?
So you thinking this is what I mean. This is what I mean.
Now, see, you keep getting tripped up over your words, and then you try to be like, see, this is what I'm saying.
Again, it doesn't work with me.
It already worked, bro. It already worked. So
no. People can hear. People can hear.
I hope so. I hope you replay it on your channel.
Okay, I just might, man.
I know.
Which one? Are you victim number 10, I think?
Maybe, I don't know. But that's
I'm getting tired of taking Pan-Africans out, to be honest.
So why you keep doing it then? If you're that tired.
They keep lying, that's why, man. So I gotta keep exposing the lies, man.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and what did I lie about?
Come on. I'm not gonna.
No, don't give me no come on. Tell me what I lied about.
No. People could play it back. I ain't going
all right. What did I lie about? Because I can tell you what you said. You say you didn't say it and all of this. I just said it a whole lot of times. Well, I keep repeating the conversation we had. So what did I lie about? Unless you're not paying attention.
No, trust me, I'm paying attention. But
I didn't think so. I didn't think you could think of anything. That's what I thought. Because I could have been turned up. Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm not trying to even turn up right now. I'm just trying to have a regular conversation, bro. Like, and I gave you the opportunity. I was like, I'll answer it. Because, like, and I'll be real with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of the Pan-Africans that be, or I wouldn't even identify as all of that kind of stuff because I think that stuff leads to the debates and stuff. But I'll answer it for, like, this question for this point right now. But I wouldn't tell you that you have to go to Africa and that you can't believe what you, like, you can't, your family, I wouldn't tell you that your family isn't from here, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, I'll answer the questions like as a Pan-African for right now, you know. But you keep saying, but you saying that Pan-Africans lie, but what did I lie about? Like, please produce that and I'll say, okay, yeah, you're right, I lied. Or
well, you haven't admitted to that right now, so
I'm pretty sure I haven't because I didn't do that.
But you know, the one thing is Pan-Africans, you guys gotta understand. I would hope that you would just tell the truth. That's all I'm saying.
But you just said, but you can't say what I lied about. So
no. So I didn't say tell the truth about lies. I'm talking about tell the truth about the fact that Pan-Africanism and we're being African, that's just not true. Based on the evidence or the lack of evidence.
You said, hold on, so my fault. You said Pan-Africans, and what was the last thing you said?
I said, what's us being African and being from Africa, right. That's just not true based on the lack of evidence.
Yeah, and I'll take that role for right now, but I can't tell you that. And you're right, I can't tell you that you're from Africa, but you can't tell an African that he's native here, like, or somebody.
No, we don't do that.
You do, like, you do. You be like, we're this, we're that. You do that. You do that. You're like, you're not no damn African.
No, I don't.
Like,
you never hear me say that.
Is Guy African? I heard you. I heard you say that. I heard you say that. Yeah, is Guy African?
This is what I said to Guy. I said,
okay.
He said his DNA traces back. I think it was Ghana and Sierra Leone, and I said, you don't look like none of those people.
You
That's what I
said you're
said.
not. I heard you. I heard the
No,
tune. You
no,
said you're not African.
I said you don't look like none of those people.
Man, y'all always be on there like y'all ain't no damn Africans. I be
See, that's
hearing y'all.
them. That's them.
Right.
Everybody's
Okay.
different. Everybody's different.
It's different. I know. Like I said, I can't tell you that you, like I said, I can't tell you that you are African. I can't tell you whatever. But you can't tell guy that he's not Nigerian. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever he said. You know?
Okay, let me ask you the question.
All right.
You familiar with people from Ghana? You know what they look like?
Yeah, I know a guy from Ghana.
This guy in Hollywood look like a person from Ghana.
Do we look like the people that I saw? No, I would say no.
Okay, so there you go. That's all I was saying.
So all Ghana people in Ghana look alike.
See, now we go to this. Now I didn't say none of that.
Jeez,
Matter of fact, you answered your own question
what was the answer?
because you said guy in Hollywood doesn't look like somebody from Ghana. So
I don't know. I'm saying like.
Oh, now
think,
you don't know. See, now I got you.
No. I'm saying because you ain't even let me finish what I'm saying. Because I would say I don't know that you are from. How could I say like you look like you're somebody from America? I don't know. Like, well, I can't say you because I don't know what you look like. But who could I say? What's somebody who you would say is like an American, like that could be from, you know?
No, but we were talking about Ghana Hollywood. This is how we move the goalposts.
Well, no, I'm saying you can't say all people of Ghana look alike. I don't know everybody in Ghana. I said the people that I've met from Ghana.
You're moving the goalposts because it wasn't about all Ghanaians looking alike.
No, how could I say that? Does he look like somebody in Ghana if I know what people?
But you already said it because you already answered the question.
No, the people that I look. No, I did answer the question. I said no. I don't think the people that I've seen. No, right. But I can't say that his people don't come from there. I can't say that.
No. See, now you changed it around again. See, this is what you guys do.
What? Well, guy is not directly from Ghana.
The question was, and you already answered anyway. Does he look like somebody from Ghana?
No.
Okay, well, that's it. I mean, there's nothing. You don't have to add nothing else to it to qualify. I mean, everybody looking at him knows that doesn't go together.
But
I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's not a good thing. It's just
hold on. So all black people, all people in Ghana are like super dark skinned.
Well, if they were something else, then you probably would have said, "Yeah, a guy in Hollywood looks like somebody from Ghana."
But you didn't. I can't say that. No, I can't say that. No, I wouldn't have said that. Cause like if you ask me like an Asian person, they all look alike to me, but like I guess they different. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't tell you the difference between I can, but I can't like a Korean person and you know what I'm saying? Like
yeah, I know I can.
Yeah, I ain't like I look at them all the same. I ain't gonna lie to you, but my point is like all people, like all the black people from here in America, like you said that you're light skinned, so I could be like, oh, you probably not from here. You're not no indigenous person. You like probably a mixed person. You know what I'm saying? You look, I can't say you because I don't know what you look like, but you said you like light skin, so you look Mexican or Arab or whatever.
Okay, so guy in Hollywood looks Arab like
I say you. You said you're light skin. I say you. You said that you was.
I'm about guy in Hollywood's complexion actually.
Oh, okay. All I heard was you said you was like light skin, and people think you was biracial because when dude was on here earlier, you said you was light skin and you know what I'm saying?
Nah, I didn't say that. People thought I was biracial. No, I was just trying to say, okay, since I'm lighter than that guy, you know, how is he going to say that I'm more African?
Right.
Or African.
Right.
Anyway.
So you look like an indigenous person here, even though you like lighter. You do?
Yeah, as they look now, yes.
No. I ain't know as they look now because now you're moving the goalpost. Like nah. Was the original people here dark skinned?
Yes, they were.
Were they darker than you?
Yes, they were.
Do they look like you? No, they don't. So why can you say that? You can go ahead and answer the question. No, they don't. So it's the same thing you make, the same argument you making about guys, the same argument for you for indigenous people. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
Not really, but see, the main argument is we can prove that black people were here. You can't prove that we come from Africa. That's the main thing.
But you can prove that black people in Africa, or they had older stuff in Africa, right?
That's all irrelevant.
I'm pretty sure it is. You can prove that. Well, it was your opinion that black people before all of this stuff had boats and stuff to travel, right? Because you said people in Egypt probably had boats and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So It is a. So you did say
But then again, the
right?
white man says the ancient Egyptians weren't black though. If you want to go there,
The white man says a lot of stuff, bro. He told you that you're a Native American from 50,000 years ago, and everything else he said is irrelevant.
That's not what he said, because that's like suppressed information.
But like you said, you can't go by how you look. Because do you look like the people did?
That's suppressed information. What he does say is he says we came from Africa off of slave ships, but we can't prove that. That's all I'm saying. Show the evidence. That's all I'm saying.
Who, the white man said that?
Yeah.
So, like, what's the evidence that he said that you was here 50,000 years ago? And I'm not disputing it.
No, because he found, I told you, he found the cave paintings that showed black people with the hair. He showed artifacts, and he even had a few remnants of people. You can watch this on YouTube.
Right. Well, there are. You're a white man. The white man, John Roth, he said 20.
Well, the white man also said that the life started in Africa. You guys don't dispute that. You guys don't dispute that, do you?
I don't know, but I don't agree with it. Like I said, I said at the beginning.
What you mean? You don't agree with it? You've been trying to prove that from the beginning.
I do agree with it. I'm saying.
Okay, so I mean, that's why you got to start with this white man stuff.
I don't go by the white. I'm saying like based off where Africa is, like how.
Let's stop.
That's what I'm going by. I think people come by.
You going
no,
by.
That's why I said I don't know.
Because the white man said it. That's why.
No, because you go by what the white man told you about.
No, nobody. No Afrocentrist was even thinking about life started in Africa until the white man, Leakey, said it.
Well, that was before I was born. So I mean, what could I do? Like
everything we're talking about was before we were born.
Right. So what could I do? Like you said, but I'm trying to tell you why I think that is true. I'm telling you because, like, number one, Africa is the place with some of the most natural resources and all that stuff. I think people came close to the equator where the first human being, like us, like human sapien, Homo sapiens were like by the equator. I think they was in that area somewhere, like by Africa. That's what I think. But like I said, I can't tell you. Like they could have been anywhere for real, you know. And none of us can tell you. That's why I'm trying to tell you. Like you can't tell somebody else that they're not. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm not trying. Again, I don't try to tell anybody anything. I just go by what can be proven and what can't be proven.
Can you prove that guy's not from his family lineage is not from what'd you say, Ghana?
Ghana and Sierra Leone. People who are pretty dark.
Can you prove that didn't happen?
Just by phenotype, yes.
By his phenotype?
Yeah, because I think he said something like 89% was from Sierra Leone and Ghana. Mm-hmm. I'm like, that's an awfully high amount of DNA, and you don't look nothing like the people.
Right. Did you get a DNA?
Nope.
I got one from 23. I forgot what it said though. It said I was from like 80% African though.
That's what they all say.
Yeah, I know you disagree with it, you know what I'm saying, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't especially if you don't have no way to prove it. Like your stuff is just speculation. You go off the same white man that you try to make fun of them. Like you're in no different boat.
No, it's not speculation. It's actual facts.
What that show was here 50,000 years ago?
Yeah, because I told you the man did research and showed the actual evidence.
Who, the white man?
Yeah, who else is gonna be doing it?
So why is it a lie when the white man says something about Africa, but not when he says something about here?
Who said it was a lie? I said that's where you people get your information from.
But the same white man said that you come from Africa.
Well, actually, it's a different white man, but.
Well, it's the same white man to me. They all the same.
Well, this guy does look kind of different, though. So.
Right. But you said they come from like the same. The white people said they come from Africa. The same like white people said
No, he said that's where mankind started in Africa.
Right. Which would be you. Or you talking about a different kind of human?
It doesn't matter, but the point is,
it would be you. It do matter. You keep saying the stuff that
because
it doesn't matter.
You keep trying to conflate the South American thing with the African.
No, you just keep getting cut on those points, and you don't.
Nobody's getting cut on it. It's just that's all you guys can keep on doing is to go back and forth with this African shit.
Yeah, I know.
But you can't find me a civilization before Egypt. Put it like that.
Wasn't it like I don't know. I'm not an expert on this field, but isn't like Sumer? Isn't like Sumer?
No, I'm talking about in Africa. Find me a civilization before Egypt.
Then they say like this Egypt was like basically like the it was more civilization down south, like and then Egypt was like kind of the last one.
Oh, that's what the fake ass Dr. Ben says, but tell me what that is.
I mean, I don't know, cause that's not my lane, but I
And
like that's why I
where
think
the remnant and where the remnants of it.
I mean, is not there.
No.
I mean, well, hold on. Is the remnants of what they did here still here?
Yep.
What is it?
The Mayan civilization, the Inca civilization. You got the Mississippian civilization, which
Wait,
they
they
covered.
didn't destroy that stuff?
Nope.
And their stuff is still there?
Yep.
What's some of their stuff?
I just told you.
No, I'm saying what can I like you said the Mayans, like what the Mayans leave?
Pyramids,
Okay.
wall art,
Okay,
jewelry, masks,
Mhm.
everything. Olmecs. I'm sure you know about the Olmec heads and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I heard about that, yeah.
Yeah. Mississippian pyramids,
Hmm.
but they covered them up in grass, I guess, to take away so people won't keep looking and being reminded that this is stolen land, you know?
Yeah. And like that's why I'm not trying to go, because I do believe that it was black people, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm not trying to say, oh, you're wrong, black, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to tell you where you're from either. But you know what I'm saying? Like you said yourself, you know what I'm saying? Like your thing is speculation, because 50,000 years ago you don't really have any proof. It's just
Again,
what
once again, my
said.
man, I told you the man did the research and found the proof. So why do you keep
So what
changing that around?
the man did the research and told you come from Africa, but you don't believe that one.
No, I said that's what you got. I said I didn't say that. I said that's what you people keep accepting because that's the white man who said it.
But the white man told you that you.
But
was
I
here
didn't say.
50,000
Listen,
years
I'm
ago.
not disputing what he said. I'm just
Right.
trying to say that
Right.
you people get it from the white man. That's it.
But who do you get it from?
Listen, we always admit that it comes from the white man. You people are the one who keeps talking this African stuff, and the white man is the devil and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I do think, because I'm glad you said that. Black people need to start calling white people the devil. Like, stop like deifying them. Like, you know what I'm saying? They like just some psychopaths. You know what I'm saying? Like, I agree with you on that. But like I said, you get it from the same place. You know what I'm saying? But like me, like what I like the stuff that I research. You know what I'm saying? I get it from like the people who like living, who took notes and stuff like that.
Now,
But
be
I
the white
mostly-
man.
No, because I mostly talk about like injustices to like black people and stuff, you know, like people like Ida B. Wells. That's my lane, you know what I'm saying? Not this whole debate, you know what I'm saying? I'm more concerned with actually just destroying the whole system for real, you know what I'm saying? Like I talk about like Europeans and the racism and the stuff that they do. I don't talk about, you know what I'm saying, like that kind of stuff. But I just try to play the role for the day, you know what I'm saying? Because you said people don't answer the question, so I try my best to answer the question to the best I could, you know.
Even though you reminded me of these other people though, but I got you.
I'm sure. But I'm sure most of these other people ain't got you to say, oh, that's irrelevant so many times. Oh, that don't matter so many times. Oh, I never said that, even though you just did so many times. I'm pretty sure these other people ain't get to do that. I know.
At the end of the day, you still spell my name with an L. So that's all that matters.
What, LOSE?
L as in taking that loss. That's what it means.
What, your name is LOSE? That's your name?
That's the main thing to come away from it with.
I don't think so. I think you should probably go back and listen, because then you could clean up some of the like flaws that you have in your ideology. You know what I'm saying?
So I stay the course. I don't come with the lies. I don't come with the BS. I don't try to manipulate. I just stay the course.
Yeah, and I ain't got nothing to manipulate, you know, because like, yo, we on it. Like at the end of the day, no matter what that's why I keep trying to tell you, like, just talk to me like regular. Stop trying to think I'm trying to get you, because like we on the same page. The only thing I would debate about you on is like you not working with Africans, and since you say you wouldn't do that, like I wouldn't debate you on this stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, again, I work with Africans, even dated Africans.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, you know, that's not a problem.
Right, and you probably are African, right?
And I'm gonna tell you this, and this might shock you. It might even disappoint you.
Right.
But none of the African women I ever dated, and the longest relationship with was 5 years. None of them ever saw me as their people.
They never saw you as their people.
Right. They never saw me as African.
Like what they would like I ain't gonna ask where they come from, but they would be like, I'm Ghanaian and stuff like that. You'd be like, you're American.
One was the Kenyan, one was the Nigerian, one was the Liberian.
Uh-huh. And like they would be like, I'm Liberian, like not the same as you.
Well, yeah, they would always really break it down by their tribe, actually.
Yeah.
And the Nigerian one was the most proud of the three.
Mm-hmm. And let me say this too while we're here, because like I'm not against people saying that they from here or whatever, like especially as much as Bakari and them, you know what I'm saying? I know they be on it, but like I don't really trip about people saying they from here, but I do trip about like if a you know, like a Kenyan person be like, yo, I'm Kenyan, I'm not the same as you. Or if we say like, oh, I'm American or whatever you want to call it, you know what I'm saying? Because I think you should probably come up with a different name besides American, but like that's my only problem when we hit the tribalism stuff. Like you can have your own tribe, but just like at least work together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but says that Pan-Africanism, and they don't believe in that. Matter of fact, let me tell you this: the Nigerian I dated for 5 years, I would always ask her about Africa. She would tell me about a lot of her Nigerian experiences, and I would ask her, "Okay, do you consider Tunisians to be African?" She's like, "Well, they're in Africa, so yeah." And she was shocked that I knew so much about Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm schooling her about Africa. And I'm like, okay, is she putting me on? Does she really not know this stuff about Africa? What's going on here? So then one time I would complain about the white man. And she even told me, if you don't like it here, why don't you go to Africa?
Yeah.
I said, damn, this is weird coming from an African.
Yeah, they be on that kind of stuff. Like I said, like there are a lot of immigrants that come here, like because I think they do pick certain kind of immigrants, especially like the militant ones. They gonna pick the ones that you know, like identify as white. And I don't agree with like immigrants coming here to like speak for us and stuff like that. Like you know the people in charge of the HR 40. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I know Pan-Africans probably get mad at me for saying this, but I don't think they should be able to speak for Black Americans on that particular issue. You know what I'm saying? Like, I agree with you on that, you know?
Yeah, they need to stop that. And actually, they should be, see, that's the thing. If this Pan-African stuff was real, these people would actually volunteer to not take that job and try to speak for us.
Yeah, but it's gonna be some coons out of everybody. It's like coons here though. Like it's gonna be some people that take the job to hurt us here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It'll always be some coons. But I think you Pan-African for real. So
no, like I said, I used to be.
I think you are right now.
In essence, I used to be.
No, I'm saying right now.
Nah, I'm paying Black if you want to go there, but not paying African.
That's better. You could say Pan Black if that helps. You know.
See, some people don't like that because then that's when I include the East Indian.
The people with the straight hair and stuff.
Yeah.
You think they are Black people?
Black is Black, right?
No, like no.
Aren't they melanated?
But they have. Do they have a different phenotype?
No.
They have the same phenotype as us.
Now this guy called himself, I think, Tribal African. He came on my channel. He went through that. Mm-hmm. And I got him on that. He tried to come with a whole bunch of lies, but I got him on that.
They are the same phenotype?
Yep. Only difference was the hair.
That's not a part of the phenotype?
I said the only difference was the hair.
Yeah, but his hair, is hair a part of the phenotype? I'm not a phenotype.
Yeah, but that's why I said the only difference was the hair.
Right.
But everything else was the same.
I don't know. They look
well, not the one I showed. You gotta watch that video.
Yeah. What was it?
Which one was that? I think it was the one before the last, Alive. What was the name of that shit? And that must have been towards the middle, I think, because he came on. Yeah, that was the. Hold on, was it the Black on Us Crime? I think it may have been that. Yeah, it was Black on Us Crime.
Yeah, but like I said, all of that stuff is like a tricky subject because like my young brother, like to me, he a young brother. You know what I'm saying? Like I've seen what he looked like. He looked like a Black man. You know what I'm saying? Even though he would say multiracial. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It gets like complicated when you start getting into all of that other kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't call like a East Indian you know, like them people that be having the dots on the head and all that kind of stuff. I wouldn't call them black, you know what I'm saying?
That's because of the hair. You know, people get taken back by the hair.
Yeah, and they whole like vibe is different, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but that still doesn't mean that they're not black, though, because a lot of black people don't like one another. Look at what's going on in Ethiopia, Somalia, Nigeria.
Mm-hmm.
People don't like one another. Ancient Egyptians, they didn't like Nubians, they didn't like Libyans.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
Yeah,
the way it is.
yeah, that's true. That's true. Like,
That's why Pan Africanism will never work. If the ancient Egyptians couldn't get it done, nobody's going to get it done.
you said Pan Africanism, like, so what do you mean? Just like, just being you only against being centered around being a part of like.
Well, no, I'm going by what they say. Well, most of them say now. A lot of Pan Africans are starting to say, "Well, I got my different style of Pan Africanism, and you got a different style." But they generally mean all black people coming together as one.
Yeah, but you agree? You think that black people should come together, like at least, like not like a French and a German person come together to come against us. You know what I'm saying? Don't you think that should happen?
But see, the difference is the French and the German; those are the same people. And when I mean same people, I don't mean white people. I mean they're actually the same, from the same gathering of Germanic tribes. That's why they stick together. The Dutch, the English, and all them, because they're Germanic tribesmen.
So they all the same kind of people.
Yeah, and their original languages were basically the same, just slightly different dialects.
And like us and Africans was never the same kind of people.
Hey.
No, I'm asking you, like we was never the same kind of people.
Well, obviously, if the languages are different, that's one clue.
Oh, I mean, you don't know what happened before 50,000 years.
Well, I know the ancient Libyan language was definitely not the ancient Egyptian language, and and the white man says that the ancient Nubian language was not the ancient Egyptian language.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, the other guy that be on your channel all the time, like your man, he was like they are different, kind of like French and Germans are different.
I don't know who you talking about.
What's his name? Tyron.
Oh well, I didn't hear him say that.
Yeah, on God channel, I asked him, are French and Germans different? And he was like, yeah, they're different. They have different this, they have different that. You know, they have different customs, different traditions. They're not the same people.
Well, I didn't hear him say that. I got to see that on my own.
Yeah, it was the one with we was talking about Joe Biden. And he came on there like kind of at the end, you know what I'm saying? But he said they was different people. That's why I was like, and I asked him like, are we all black? And he was like, you know, they came together under, you know, whiteness. Because to me, you know, a French person used to fight with like the Portuguese and Spanish used to fight all the time over who they was going to enslave. Like the French and the British used to fight all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they had their African colonies, so why would they have to fight about it?
They was fighting over which colony would get what, because they was fighting over the resources. You know what I'm saying? That's why they had to have the Berlin Conference in the 1800s. That's why I was saying like most of Africa wasn't colonized until after the 1884, after the Berlin Conference.
Yeah, but it was occupied though.
Huh?
I said it was occupied though.
Some place, no, like a lot of places in the interior of Africa got colonized after that, because a lot of times Europeans couldn't get all the way in, especially when they was fighting each other. That's why they stopped fighting each other. You know what I'm saying? And
they still had an understanding when they went to war with each other that the bigger picture is you know,
right.
It's still us against everybody else.
Yeah,
that's the understanding they still have now.
But don't you think black people should have that understanding?
Yeah, again, I'm not against that, but if it could be done, I don't have a problem with that. But
so you're saying like Europeans are like superior in being able to put aside their differences than us?
Why do you keep suggesting things that I'm not saying?
Because I'm asking you a question. Like, are they like? Because you said like they did it, and then you said like, well, it can be done.
But the thing is, those are the same people that come from. See, all white people are not the same, despite what some people may want to make you think. But these Germanic tribesmen.
So which all white people are different?
when Rome ruled,
Mhm.
they were Latins.
Right.
And you had the Germanic tribesmen. They kept trying to take him down.
Mhm.
Some places they could never beat Rome, but other places Rome couldn't beat them. So they kind of stayed, they had a stalemate until obviously they got overrun by the Germanic tribesmen and Rome fell. Those are different people, red hair and blonde hair and blue eyed people.
Mhm.
Now, biologically speaking, all white people are mutant albinos.
Right.
That's why you see the blonde hair, blue eyes, and the red. Those are the original ones. Anything else is mixed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they were saying. Like that's why they was going on killing so many what they call non-white people, well, they white to me, like I was talking to the Jewish guy, like, I know they don't see themselves as the same, but like to me, it's just another white guy,
Yeah, I mean, I listen to this radio, this Rosenberg. I think he's on Hot 97 too, moonlighting. He calls himself a white guy all the time. Now that guy, he doesn't look the whitest guy to me.
Right.
But that's what he calls himself. People keep saying Jews don't call themselves white. You damn right they do.
Yeah, they better call themselves white. But that's what I'm saying, right? So, but Jewish people work with the Germanic tribes against us, right?
Shit, there are Germanic tribes too.
All right. Which ones come from Rome that's not, or which ones is not Germanic tribes?
It's supposed to be the so-called Sephardic, but long story. But I'm getting a little tired though, man.
All right, yeah. Because we've been on here. It's almost like 1:00 in the morning, bro. Like,
Yeah.
but yeah, I enjoyed this conversation, bro. And stop trying to think everybody trying to get you, bro. Like, I ain't got no motives or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So
I don't
everybody
really
has
care.
a motive, man.
Huh?
Said everybody has a motive.
Yeah, my motive is that you already agreed to my motive though, so I'm good. You know what I'm saying? That's my whole point. Like my only reason on here is not to debate about where people come from, what they call themselves, all that kind of stuff. I call for a Berlin conference. You say you from indigenous, you're different from Africans, but I think that we need to work together at least against the Europeans so we can at least get out of this situation, and then you can go from there. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that's fine. But just when people want to do the research in the genealogy and see that they're a Native American or Indian, we shouldn't have people who are either from the Caribbean or someplace else trying to tell us, no, you're not, you're African.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I agree. You shouldn't do that. But you also shouldn't tell people who be like, oh, I got a DNA test. Oh, that's not real. You're not no damn African. You shouldn't do that
but
either.
It's not real. We actually prove it. We get the information.
You can't prove somebody was something. Well,
we
about
get the information from the DNA people themselves saying that the shit is fake.
Yeah, maybe well, you can argue about the DNA. I don't know, but like you can't tell somebody like somebody in their family history didn't come from Africa the same way a young brother couldn't.
Well, actually, you can because if you don't have the evidence to support that, then you can't say that. You can say you came from fucking Australia.
But your people could have originally came from Africa more than 50, 60,000 years ago.
Again, you keep bringing that up like that's some type of revelation.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's a revelation to me because I thought y'all didn't agree on that at all. I didn't know what y'all thought. I thought it was colonial. I didn't know if it was colonialism.
Just like you had my man talking about his great grandmother. You were asking him how far back do you have to keep going back to accept whiteness. I mean, damn, you limited on time for a great grandmother, but goddamn, you want to go back over 50,000 years? Shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel you. But like, all you have is like speculation in the white man words for about 50,000 years.
No, that's what you guys has.
And that's what you told me you had about 50,000 years. I got speculation.
No, I told you the man did the experiments and he showed the evidence.
Which man, the white man or the black man?
The white man, the Brazilian man.
And the white man. That's who he was.
All right, but I think I gotta go, man. It's 1 o'clock.
All right, bro. I appreciate you for coming on for real. You can come on anytime, my brother. And it ain't got to be no conversation like this. It could be whatever. So,
all
right, bro. All right, y'all. I don't know why I was on here so long, but I appreciate y'all for listening and stuff like that. And I'm gonna come back with another topic or whatever, something more serious. But I appreciate y'all for coming on and listening. I appreciate everybody that came on. The young brother Ryan Silly, Shouts out to you, Blue. Shouts out to the brother Alquan. Much respect. I know the brother was kind of playing games and stuff, but I know he ain't gonna put it on his channel because, like, you know, every time he got caught, he was like, "Oh, that's irrelevant." You know, that's not what I said. When clearly that's what he said. You know, he can go back and listen and see that. But, you know, like I said, I'm not the same as any other people. Like, I'm not running. I'm not trying to prove nothing. I ain't got nothing to lose. I ain't got nothing to hide. You know what I'm saying? And you can believe what you want to believe. But at the end of the day, we are all we got. Like I said, starting at the beginning of this, the art of war. We have to learn the art of war and putting aside our tribal differences to get about the situation that we're in because we don't have no other choice. But as always, man, we have got to start standing for something, or we're going to keep falling for anything.